I think he won't get mad, but I think he'll be very disappointed. You know, Sanders tends to be this political jurisdiction. You know,
when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's the DA confirmed he used a knife to allegedly kill his parents. Nick Ryan is expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. We have new reports tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chesky starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles. We have been all over this country, and one idea tonight, 14 years and counting. Our Made in America Christmas, opening doors, shaking hands, and hoping to show up late. That's fabricate.com/television. The links down the stream. Fixes your basement. The company is publishing
but you better make sure you don't download software outside of your website. So, there you go. I said one thing that you can do that.
Use that word. And I said to them,
stumbling over the word articulable
it's basically a very small board. So not really hot GPU. So it's actually hopefully going to be very, very quiet. I have my expectations set for around, you might think this is, you're shooting a little optimistic, 50% of the performance that we saw on the 4090s.
Steered by electronic things. Even back in the 50s, when you could do this.
Pilots Redford for John
in Europe, we had another chemistry radar that would throw electronic signal down.
This December, we have been all over this.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
Open doors, shake hands,
cards. What's the bill and service?
49314 and truck 4 for commercial light. Busy is 1409, 2033 Sunrise, 2433 Sunrise at the High School. 4 can also school 7,
915, You get an individual, you're not unit to be there. Thank you very much, I appreciate
There's a product PC just came out, and I want to install Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here.
Does the object in this photo look familiar to you? Possibly take you back to college physics class? Dr. John Shive, host of this next film, invented it at Bell Labs in the 1950s. It's called the Shive Wave Generator. Shive...
We know about network interfaces, that one is alright. We've now gone further. I don't mind notice that I don't want to have anything with the class, or get them out next. And finally, install on just as for link in the to save up to 20% off during this holiday season. But what about December 15th to guarantee delivery by Christmas? Because great gifts like these earbuds shouldn't show up late. That's buyraycon.com/coldfusionopen. The links are below in the description too. Thanks to Raycon for sponsoring this video. Now back to the story. At the same time, without fixing the basics, the company began pushing AI into every part of its services.
What they've done, it is a fantastic
click on the home icon, or the file manager, where there's a drive letter. We can see our folders or places
as smooth as it should be.
what we're seeing is pretty much identical to what we're doing in our 10. Except that in Windows, we also see the C drive below the current here in Windows, if I plug in a USB if you have a video
everything you need to get your brand for that.
I was for a video graphic card.
Crash phone test. Crash phone test.
Doesn't feel that fantastic. Now the desktop itself does support a desktop.
Dynamic excellence. Very much meaningful engagement.
Let's take a look at what we have in the menu here. The menu, I think the first notice is this will be pretty familiar to people who are used to the current versions of Windows. And if you want to configure it, there's lots of really good settings available. Not only do we have the normal Linux type of settings, but we have the Zorin variant tab. We bring that up, and we see we have different layouts available. And the first layout is what they call Windows-like. It's what we've got here. We've also got Windows list.
140. Got him this guy here, they probably seen.
Tap the EMS, clear return and tap.
Hello. Start your base on security scan.
Hello.
Metro dispatch.
Knew right away had to be the customer. When I got home, I checked it. It looked clean, but deep in the grooves there were bits of old food. I smelled it, and then gagged. That same raw chicken smell. I always had hot water, soap, even bleach. I found out wood cords absorb juices like a sponge, trapping bacteria like E. coli and salmonella deep inside, where bleach can't even reach. I felt sick. I threw it up on the spot. Thankfully,
we have been able to see, though, we're not surveillance cameras.
Well, I have little staying safe wasn't enough. Now they've destroyed you. You needed answers. Well, I have them. And now they're destroying you.
Ricky Drive, and it's for a signal 1 inside.
Charlie, 3 down here.
22, wonder how to return to the red six truck building
Charlie 3. Charlie 3, can you call in, mother?
Fat.
The DA confirming he used a knife to allegedly kill his parents. Nick Reiner was expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents. Morganchesky starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
Inbound SPID Alpha.
Options, it's a slideshow or a single image. You can add your own. There's no video or stuff like that, stuff, but that's for later if they ever add it. In terms of appearance, there are some quite good things that you can look at. Obviously, you get your usual downloaded and, like I said, which auto switches are fine. You've got your accent color support, which will only appear in selected elements and highlights around the window. It's not overbearing, you don't have that.
But we can fix that. If we close this down, I can go to some close that down as well. For now, we'll go to a terminal, and I'm going to type sudo apt install mstt core fonts and enter. And it'll ask for my password, which of course I have to
So now we'll create a plugins.
You probably know Viscerant for business books, but did you know pretty everything you know about a big brand in front of your fans? We put banners and signs that make your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking. You must have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a few or a few thousand, we put on everything so that customers can go from noticing the brand to falling in love. Right now.
Lo and behold, we should find, yes, our USB drive is now once again available. VirtualBox is a hypervisor which I use almost every day. However, there are alternatives, and the first one I want to mention is VMware Workstation.
Charlie 42 Club, copy one tomorrow 0284.
Airport, 1 mile, setting over now.
With supply planning and other water and wastewater projects, that expertise can really make a difference for cities like us. Those are exactly the kind of efforts that investments that we need to stand on our own feet and Atlas and look in the direction of a more connected.
We have been able to see, though, we're not surveillance cameras.
The host key currently set to be right control. So I'm going to set to not see that message again. I'll switch to full screen. And oh no, Windows is not full screen. I don't have a product key, so we'll just say that down there. I want to install Windows 11 Pro. I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox, and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this. The virtual machine doesn't
system is secure.
We can fix this by going backwards.
Proton.
Welcome. Which I'll talk to you later. The physical one is that it has a digital card on this computer that is
You talk about our unbelievable amount of factories that are opening up all over the country, many of which are car factories and car plants. We have manufacturing plants opening up in levels that nobody's ever seen before because of tariffs. If we didn't have tariffs,
program is to install a virtual machine. And here I've installed something called VirtualBox, which you can down here, and this allows you to run the operating system inside the host, the main operating system. Once again, in a video called How to Set Up a Virtual Machine, it takes you through this. But just to show you what I've got going here,
Down here I've got a copy of Windows 7. This is a test copy of Windows 7, and here I've got Windows Office XP.
This has been a presentation, and of course, Derek got the ceremony of King Ryan. This has been a presentation.
The prices are cooling down. Sunday ticket prices Sunday down.
Terminal tasks easier and more enjoyable. The Settings Manager in Ubuntu is also very well organized. You can control everything from display settings to audio, Bluetooth, themes, power management, input devices, and desktop behavior. Unlike some desktop environments where settings are scattered or limited, KDE put everything in one place with clear categories. Another key feature is KDE Connect, a tool that lets you connect your Android smartphone to your Kubuntu.
A crash.
And this is all steered by electronic pheasant. In Europe, we have another geospatial radar that's about the size with full electronic signaling on
This December, we have been all over this country, and one idea of you flying high.
Tonight, 14 years and counting. Our Made in America Christmas. Opening doors, shaking hands.
Everything in one place with clear categories. Another key feature is KDE Connect, a tool that lets you connect your Android smartphone to your Kubuntu system. With KDE Connect, you can share files instantly, receive notification on your desktop, use your
ISO will improve the performance of our virtual machine, not least by permitting it to run on screen, allowing a
allegedly kill his parents. Nick Weiner was expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chesky starts us off tonight at the Corpus in Los Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
Video editor in Zorin S, which proves the principle of installing Linux applications from the software store. But you cry, what about Windows applications? What if you need to run something that's only available for Windows? And Zorin OS 16 is as well equipped to actually do this. And to prove it, let's first
In Europe, we have another geospatial radar that's about that size.
Live recording, Rex says.
Yes. What about saluting tonight by 14 years and counting?
So, my mom doesn't take a shower. This girl can't be a dirty girl, and as soon as I get out of the shower, I have 3 guys here. Literally like that. That's how I get to school, and the good thing is that since I went to Catholic school, we all have to have our hair done, right?
Advising that his fiancée, Donna, is calling his team at that address.
I don't have a perfect piece, so
but she's not answering. He did make locations, spoke with the homeowner, as George Hernandez,
Windows 11.
asking if she was there.
I also want to make sure
that
Yes, sir. I have another call. Water concern at 213 East FM 771, 200 East FM 771. Mike Molester called in advising that his fiancée, Donna, is calling his team at that address.
I don't have a perfect piece,
but she's not answering. He did make locations, spoke with the homeowner, as George Hernandez, asking if she was there.
I also want to make sure
Salmonella dude inside, where bleach didn't even reach. I felt sick. I threw it out on the spot. Thankfully, my husband recovered. But I knew we needed a safer option. A few weeks later, we were having dinner at my husband's boss's house. His wife was using this silver cutting board.
Or have the reporting party back on 911 advise the male is getting worse, advise he's unable to stand and is having even worse trouble breathing.
Show you arrived at 4017 Prescott Street.
What did you lose?
Right. I just pissed the 932 with the duck valve also. That's the one that I kind of...
She had an individual who was
I got that one going. I had an entry block.
She had an individual who was in on unit spin at her.
932.
Yeah, so.
With two suspicious vehicles, how many vehicles?
Proton VPN.
Hello?
You all know what a VPN does and what you should probably have one handy.
Location 10-20.
On the traffic stop.
Open jacket.
Hello.
And it's even laser welded into it, which creates a metallic bond, which also helps.
And the A1901 is the only new chip Apple unveiled.
Introducing N1, our Apple-designed chip, which enables the latest wireless networking technologies.
Apple announced its first in-house wireless and Bluetooth chip for all new iPhones, and an updated Apple modem for iPhone Air, nudging out Broadcom and Qualcomm.
Well protected, and we'll continue to ensure that we do what we need to do to bring those people to justice. And I thank the mayor for the support and everybody else that's here for that. So,
hello.
Yes, hello. Yes, go ahead, John.
Just so we're clear.
Yes.
This individual goes into this classroom, this building, fires, and then exits. So, nothing else on the campus seems very targeted. A student that flunked out of class seems to be some connection.
At the time, you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps, not sure if it's
on the product page, it shows that if you have a polymer, you can get away with a level 3. It does take about twice as long since the PolyDryer Max 10 is slower. Thankfully, I got these so I placed the spool inside, set the temperature to 100 Celsius, and let it dry overnight. If you have a Bamboo Lab X1E or QD Q1 Pro, Polymaker provides Orca Slicer profiles that you can download from the product page and import.
Full spectrum analysis engaged. Full spectrum analysis engaged.
I think we can learn a lot from the last time we did this. I know there's some great organizations out there that are trying to help also.
Silence trimming completed.
I know that it's going to be
Processed 3,000 trims.
Thank you.
Okay, Chief White, thank you so much. I appreciate the presentation.
Silence trimming complete.
You fed in some bills all at one time. You got 3 million bills. Amounted to billions of dollars worth of drugs. The last one was another $1.7 the highest intention jail. Because she caught people. And that's what he should have done. Now, if you look at what's going on with respect to NATO, we have a very good relationship. 5% GDP, and they pay us. We send down military equipment, and they pay us back for all the war. And we make money from the war, but they don't even want to talk about that. So I want to save the lives. They're Russian and Ukrainian lives. I want to save the lives. Only going to make people boys. I know for the idiots.
They're building AI because it's making them money.
The right way to do it is to make sure that the data centers pay for every penny of this infrastructure.
In Maryland this year, ratepayers and advocates came together to try to address this problem and passed a state bill that creates a new customer class for data centers.
So what this legislation does, and it's an important step forward, is it says these data centers don't fit within any of those customer classes, and we need a new customer class.
Can edit menu, as you can see, although how organised the menu is, there's no massive requirement to do that. And it is interesting to see there's now a new science menu category. Finally, it's also possible to customise the inside. Here we've got to make choices to but just to show you what I've got going on here, down here I've got a copy of Windows 7 running. This is a test copy of Windows 7, and here I've installed, I think it's Office XP.
Charles, you view India as
Proton VPN. You all know what a VPN does and what it does. We have one.
There you go.
I'll accept your representation. I don't know.
Thank you. It was all over the media at the time, the New York Times.
Epstein indicted on this program photos is disclosed. Dated July 8th, 2019. The Times report the silver blue photograph of the girls was discovered as unanswered after Epstein's man. Author Michael Rowe has been doing over time.
This allows you to know the operating system is close to the operating system. Once again, I've got a video called How to Set Up a Virtual Machine. It takes you through this. But just to show you the down here I've got a Windows 7 running. This is a test on Windows 7, and here I've installed Office XP. Building
the edge, and the edge causes induction all of that is done using radio. In fact, this is a really hard experiment to do. I use my 2 megawatt transmitters, and I get about 2 femtowatts back.
The DA confirming he used a knife to allegedly kill his parents. Nick Runner was expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chesky starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
Anything I remember, dispatch. Dispatch to my 12.
And do note, of course, will do exactly what it says it will raise everything on the disk, and give us a install zone OS, but none of the data or anything else that was previously So, and I'll click on install now, and it just checks we really want to do it. Yes, we do, and I'll click on continue. And it'll ask me a few more questions. Where am I? I am in the UK, that's fine. London is fine for my time zone. I need to create an account.
Did you happen to hide the tabs?
Oh, I was there. I saw a miracle delivered. Jesus Christ,
Get you to recount the background passage for your terminal. You have a picture of honestly for my use, it's way more than enough. It's a good terminal, it does the basic stuff.
Every individual, please, we've been working from day one with Peter, Nick, and Brett. Hand in hand with that leadership, we meet at least once a week, if not more, to make sure that we're on track and we're moving forward the way that the city would like to.
And then we put a decent that down there. Now, when we've done that, I want to get to explain it because of this machine and the personal ones or offline when we do this, so I can fix this cable. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to virtual box, I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we get to what's made because of the virtual machine
which means
It's probably an odyssey. Breaking specimens that I just took so much time and fear to bake in my fancy oven, I do see some improvements in the XY direction. We're now up to values specified in the data sheet. But in Z direction, we're still not even close. Nothing we've done.
Any available
And of course, let's not forget about other threats that are worse, like high-tech fraud. Senior recently was talking about that she had gotten a command by the IRS to send a payment immediately, or the IRS agents were on their way to arrest this individual.
2020 RAV silver in color.
They've all signed Japan, South Korea. I mean, South Korea, $350 billion up front. Japan, $650 billion. And they've all agreed to it. They're all happy. But before it was a total rip-off. And if we don't have the use of tariffs, we have no national security. This country will have no financial security. Iran is national security. They're trying to people who brought the lawsuit are people that, when I heard a line in calling to build nuclear weapons, the last thing they want to do is and if they did a nuclear weapon, that's
postcards and flyers that we must have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and all.
He's dropping nine currently.
And we don't have the a lot of foreign nations that are now being treated
I don't have a product key, so we'll just say that down there. And I want to install Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to the local box, and I'm going to disconnect
all the programs were live to air, so all the stations had full symphony orchestras there, dedicated stations that would play a classical concert for 15 minutes, for example.
You can fix this by
people who were inside.
That. In the county,
Vista effect.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards. Today we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans. We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking. We print must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want few or...
Yeah, plus you gotta do some
to follow with this. So now we create a plugins.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking. And we print must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a few or a few thousand, we print on everything so that customers can go from noticing your brand to falling in love with it.
Tells you about new application, things like that. allows you to change the appearance. I'll skip through this for now. We'll see that later in the video. We can connect online accounts. We can pass phones to the computer if we wish to. We can learn about installing software applications, which include LibreOffice and Office. As well. For now, that's it. I think we'll close the before we go any further. Just run through the normal Windows install process. And there we are, it is installed, but we have to
by electronic phasing. So even back in the 50s, one knew that you could do this.
Fighter pilots, Redbird, John,
in Europe, we had another radar that's about that size. This
December, we have been all over this country. Tonight, 14 years and counting, our Made America Christmas, opening doors, shaking hands, and
43 and 23.
One that lives there is not is the one that called it in as a mice this year.
You know, my Democratic colleagues are so concerned now, Mr. Patel. All of a sudden, where were they last year? Where were they the year before? Where were they the year before that? Where was the last president in any of this? All I know, the only thing I see is a single letter from the ranking member that was sent in 2019 that he didn't like the plea on. Some people signed on to that. Most of the truth, the real truth, let's be honest, let's be intellectually honest. The real truth
This time there are 2 deceased and 8 who are critical but stable at Rhode Island Hospital.
At 422,
What does that have to do with Journal CTL? Well, like I mentioned, what we're going to do is do log output from a particular user. I'll type Journal CTL.
whether it's police or
He says over the top just slaps his right down quite enough. And he hit that one. And he hit that target, one target too. Now he's down 4 hurting.
Location was 10-20.
Open calculator.
I'll get to sleep and see inside on the traffic stop.
Open calculator.
All of which have different destinies. And here, the most popular is the Cinema Edition, which is the one we'll mainly focus on in this video. So, let's click on Download, and if we go down this page, we find the loads and loads of mirror sites that actually provide access to the ISED file. I'm in the UK, so I'm going all the way down to UK, there we are, and I'm going to download from the University of Kent Mirror Service. And so I'll click to save the ISED file, which is 2.7. Do let us all know down in the comments section. But now that's it for another video. If you've enjoyed what you've seen here, please press that like button. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. And I hope to talk to you again.
And, what? People trying to make things, I just felt like we gotta support
Configuration applied. Configuration applied. Software changes detected. Software changes detected. Now mega.
That street needs to look at the camera now, because he walked and he had a mission and he had to go somewhere, and who knows, he might live in the east side. So, and the question also, did he know where the cameras were? Was he familiar with that building so that he can get caught on camera inside the building? So a lot of questions, and of course the Providence Spinus is delving into all that.
Yeah, and you wonder too, as you look at this stand, his right arm is actually...
Stumbling of the word articulable is objectively...
in the video, but the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card, we need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card. And just to be clear, if you have Intel or AMD graphics, the best drivers will already be installed. But here for NVIDIA, we'll just
Obstruction is going to stretch more than 50 kilometers and bring two major European countries. In that section, the railway will cut journey times between these two places in half. So I'm currently on a little road trip between France and Italy. I'm driving from
Jennifer, one of our other officers is now that it's a bomb running down to Abraham. All that we say is fortunate to hear.
about the driver. To design for arrogant and self-efficient
rights of the
Boards are designed towards the exception, but then spend a lot of money. A grid-type house lets you use the utility grid as a free battery.
These are the 50th anniversary limited edition.
This is a celebration of your history right here.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Yeah, I love these.
We tried them on in front of a few friends.
What do you think? Yeah, are you sure? Oh, gosh.
I bet she says that to all the time, but we sure appreciated it. The optometrist, Dr. Chin.
Do people come in asking for Made in America? Between Little Italy and Chinatown?
Making decisions and things I think on the local which until carry on
K26.
Location was 10-20.
And the team that we
The 22 uses Linux kernel 6.8, and this means that Linux Mint 22 has better driver support for modern hardware than earlier versions. It's also now based on Ubuntu 24.04 and, as one consequence, now uses Catwire rather than Pulse Audio as its default sound server. But sadly, it also means that we're cursed with the new fonts.
Running out station 72 for training.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to the moon on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they got. It is a
database that is a mistake, whether intentional or not. And we have also identified a system in which those forward is the 2 system. I don't get 2 strikes, you get 1 and you're done.
Okay, I'm glad you mentioned you're continuing to work because, as you know, we made the New York Times reporting Can you explain why you decided to
Yeah, because under the new structure of the international
now, when we run that, we better address the message because our virtual machine will be requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going backwards.
Welcome back to the NRA Weddington Center in Raton, New Mexico. I'm Ted Jones.
Searches the de facto delivery room for a mother's neighbor. Waymo said that a passenger was also in the nearby hospital. He ended up going into labor in the backseat of one of their taxis. According to the company, the first baby born in Waymo, at least one other baby was born during a ride in Phoenix. The company said
such as car managers, take editors, web browsers, media players, and
open Firefox.
Okay, the 2 also,
Coming out to 932.
An 18-month-old child that had fallen off a bed. Parents reported that he's not physically moving. He did stop breathing for a short time. He is currently breathing at this time.
Yes, sir. If you can, frequent emergency message. There's a frequent emergency message on our inspection. On the first flight in States, voices under the next warning.
The DA confirming he allegedly
might lose your electricity and water. You might not be able to get gas. But even worse, natural disasters commonly trigger looting and a breakdown of law and order.
Reporting tonight on
Nick and his
natural
disasters, including hurricanes, floods, winter storms, tornadoes, and earthquakes. I'll show you how in just a moment. Number 2 is watching literature. Everybody laughed at me when I said this years ago. But after what's happened in the past years, everyone is now aware of how real and serious this threat is.
And I don't have a product key, so we'll just say that down there. And I want to install Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure that offline when we do this, I do that and go down here to the as we step into Word to designate the network. That's daily here. After we've done that, we'll get to the CD, and so the machine does quite as much down here. That is why most I do is to the desktop environment, and if you aren't quite sure which version of Linux to choose, do go. So we'll just say that down there. I did think I should show you everything. And I want to install Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox, and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going backwards. And program is to install a virtual machine. And here are installed VirtualBox down here, and this allows you to replicate the operating system and make nothing but
investigation goes extremely quickly. And you notice in the first press conference when very little information is released, that's by design. And I think
also down there, first with the thinner and Windows 11 and I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox and the network.
You should be able to run that on any
computer. Now, we'll get to this message.
My daughter can come out of me? No, I have inside me here. A lip is coming.
Literally wildcat.
I'm
going to do it. I can feel like a shrimp dip. Dude, you should make a skit on this, dude. Yeah. Clean mine. I'm literally going to by show. Do you think that there are ever
hello.
But in case 5, they're often released for purposes. Because what actually makes it practical usually has nothing to do with IP address. 23 browser, the behavior. Okay, any requests from the public? A comment on
lectures that is essentially just an IE period to provide some sort of useful information, introduce you to subjects, science, and some other things that you may not necessarily follow for having something or another.
Right.
Gateways, let's call it, or a DTC access point, and we put that here to those criminals. We don't need to put one because they are so good. We don't need to put one here. We only need one of them. But if anything, either side of the building doesn't so respectful.
Pro, and I always make sure we're offline and do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to local box. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because the virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements of the
Alright, we're about to enter
behind this highly secured door in an ASML clean room is a giant 400.
I feel more and more confident. When Rivers first joined the NFL in 2000,
_20251211 1238846.
finale, Mark Zuckerberg launched an online experiment called Facebook.
Yeah.
A recent colonel, recent driver, or something, you should be able to all know what you need to be able to because Microsoft knows your hardware and thinks you're just trying to cheat them from a juicy license. And on Mac, well, you can't even remove the hard drive at all since it's soldered into your device in almost all of their computers, and it has been that way for a long while. It might seem like a stupid advantage, but it's really not. It's invaluable time saved when you move to a new computer.
You get an individual who are getting off the spin at her.
Try them on for friends.
What do you think? Oh gosh.
Yeah, it's really good. Now, let's see if we can block the radiation, protect you from it. Obviously, that's impossible. Alright, so now let's see if we can protect ourselves. Remember, water does absorb microwave energy, even though this is a long wavelength and it penetrates deeply into a wet medium. If we take across its multiple sites. So, in years to come, if you were to take a train journey from Lyon to Turin, this town is the last you'd see of France, the last you'd see of daylight before you headed down and went deep underground. It's this town right here. Now there's already a pretty big train station here, but in years to come it's going to be replaced by a much bigger international one. And it's the same story down.
We'll click on finish. Very vocal if he disagrees with it, that he wants lower rates. Saying you're about that not so bad, but
there we go, and nothing looks different, but now it gets a bit installed. I can right click and go to the
will very much see a different makeup at the Fed depending on who the president chooses, and that could mean that there is likely even more division potentially next year.
Of the desktop, it is still a first draft. The applications are variable, the settings are very variable, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps, not sure he's...
This was just me doing
So all you gotta do is click plain book run down and get a free copy. Now the first, one of the most important chapters is how to survive a ride. A lot of readers thought they never need this, but after the past few years, we all know how that ride can bring you death. And of course, we've seen the videos of what happens to the victims when they get caught up in the mob violence. So in that chapter, I give you the simple 6-step system that operators use, that special forces use to survive rides, violence. I know you're gonna love it.
These will be created in a folder called VirtualBox VMs in my hand folder. And I'm just showing you this in case you want to change it before you start using virtual machines. But assuming you're happy with the default, as I am here, we will click on OK, and VirtualBox is all ready to go.
You could do that, as of right now, through DTC, or direct to cell. Very powerful. So that is what DTC is all about, and hopefully, at least now moving forward, the big problem with DTC, a lot of people have said in these videos that, hey, it's lovely, it works, I've tried it, but doesn't it work really well outside and indoors? And the answer to that is yes.
Southeast of Slovakia, we got 49 minutes and 580. Hello. Yo, one.
To sign in. Now, as a subscription service, yeah, Microsoft is basically just milking you for every single dime.
Even shutting down your computer is no longer simple, because Windows insists on installing updates first. I'm sure your boss will understand when your Windows PC randomly shuts down in the middle of, say, an important meeting, or just before a deadline with your work unsaved, just for a few minutes booting back up while it does for updates, even though you said whichever option was closest to
we only have 12 people, so we're going to start with Mark Shower. And then
Op scanning complete.
Susie Sambana.
0 files.
Mark Shower.
And officer check, remember the board for the
M.
And you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps, not sure if it's...
You can show me live in Patrol in Indiana.
Core 2251211
Configuration applied. Configuration applied. Stop the changes.
Everyone on the same page at one time in the time frame that we want? That's a challenge, and it's going to continue to be a challenge for us throughout this, to be able to build a team, to build a culture where it's not like, oh, does this, and the contractor does this, and the city does this. For us to get this done, we're going to have to do it together, and that's what we've been doing. I went back to, I started with Vista Ridge. It was a project that went very fast. I've done 3 other ones.
The program is to install a virtual machine. And here I've installed something called virtual box, which is running down here. And this allows you to run a guest operating system inside to host the main operating system and the computer. And once again, I've got a video called How to Set Up a Virtual Machine that takes you through this. But just to show you I've got going here, down here I've got a copy of Windows 7 Run. This is a test copy of Windows 7, and here I've installed a Office XP.
So it was a nice place to do radio experimentation. Very, very simple. I mean, about as simple as I can make it. What do we do? What kind of blocks?
Location 10-30.
Ultimately, if you want communications person, you would like to get information from one place to another place.
Right, thank you for Rick Jackson. Rob, come back.
Assassination attempts on the president. School shooting, Minnesota last month. And closer to home, just a couple days ago, Huntington Beach. Peaceful vigil for Charlie Clark, infiltrated by neo-Nazis, who essentially made the local individuals attending that event fear for their safety. All this now, so that a lot of these domestic attacks, all of them, but yet they do. After them,
should review research universities across the United States and be doing a first job
they should.
Well, just before a deadline,
Turning spy in America, only great stories about Dianne Feinstein, Senator Dianne Feinstein.
that being said, whichever option was closer.
It's how you feel. But this is the infinite screen after all, right? So let's imagine I wanted to share my city with my friends. I can open Google Meet in another window where we can show you another cool feature.
Google Meet calls are incredibly immersive on the Galaxy XR headset. We've always wanted you to be able to showcase yourself and stay connected with friends and colleagues. Presentations like Galaxy avatars.
Scan complete. System is secure.
A couple of wet towels, a thickness of moist towels that I've just soaked in the sink. And we put this in front. We're going to see if it affects the ability of this to drive the microwave, to drive the fluorescent tube. So turn it on. Let's see what happens. Now remember, when I hold this in front, it fluoresces. And as I move this away from the source, you can see that it works out.
And we have new reporting tonight on Daniel's complicated relationship with his parents. Franceschi starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
The result was high right there. So now you're giving him a lot of time for that bullshit.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps.
Before Devon, 1431 Devon, consumer came up on Friday.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah,
I can use that word.
and I said to them,
first the surface, and then change it again for a plain vision. Meanwhile, I already had the base machine ready for a drive.
Stumbling over the word
But I also had one
is
unique build. I wanted to have a drive build first, since I wanted to deal with all the problems at this stage, not after everything is integrated into the cabinet. Testing is a big deal when you're creating something from scratch. Sometimes individual components seem fine, but problems show up when they're integrated with others. So, test the surface, and change it again for a plain vision.
Terminator off.
I already had the base machine ready for a drive. I also had one unique build. I wanted to have a drive build first, since I wanted to deal with all the problems at this stage, not after everything is integrated into the cabinet. Testing is a big deal when you're creating something from scratch. Sometimes individual components seem fine, but problems show up when they're integrated with others. So,
if you're lucky, minutes booting back up while it does. You say whichever option was closest to.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
I can use that word.
And I said to them,
Setting aside that stumbling over the word articulable is a
We know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking. And we print must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. What do you want to feel?
And we have new employees tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with Gregory and
Some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
Thank you.
Cramping, or any urgent mad dashes for the bathroom. Not a bad trade-off. So if you really want to see the fastest way to clear out stuff, food, and feel lighter, there's a link below to Dr. Sam's. Check it out.
And to do that, I'm going to go down here to the network box and go to disconnect the network.
Yeah, tonight, 3. Yeah.
Charles,
in light of China's approach on America, do you view India as
Proton VPN. You all know what a VPN does, but you should probably have one. The older LTS base, it is not as old as Ubuntu LTS, and I don't think it will be much of a problem for most people to run that.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. A leaf can help you do with painless repairs. Whether it's a hard day on your future and workout, or some pains, you need your leaf to keep every nerve system
I'm already proceeding with my other passengers.
You said it'd be a week, and it's been a
Well, you said I did, which I...
And make sure you are in compliance with your company's retention policies before you enter a command like this. But at some point, you most certainly are going to run into a situation eventually where you might have to clear log files, especially if your storage volume starts to become full. And there's our video. I hope you enjoyed today's episode of the Linux Crash Course series. I know I had a ton of fun producing it for you guys. And make sure you are in compliance with your company's retention policies before you enter a command like this. At some point, you most certainly are going to run into a situation eventually where you will have to clear log files, especially if your storage volume starts to become full. And there's a video. I hope you enjoyed today's episode of the Linux Crash Course series. I know I had a ton of fun producing it for you guys. And if you like this video, then be sure to click the like button to let YouTube.
Any appetite for yet another forever war. In fact, one of the reasons why President Trump was elected was he was embodying, espousing that he also was against any further incursions from the American people to other people's countries. So this seems to be counter to everything that he ran on, and I can tell you that he hasn't done anything to explain to the American people why this is so important.
Text editor. It doesn't do much. It does have some Git management features if you need that, but I think most people will just use another text editor if they need to edit files in a Git repo. It's a simple one, but has the merit of existing and letting you...
Once both inserted.
Alright, I just cut the 932 was the stuck dollar bill. Also, that's the one that I'm kind of, that's why I got confused. Full street station.
Okay, the 915,
The DA confirming he used a knife to allegedly kill his parents. Nick Weiner was expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chesky starts us off tonight.
I don't have any other information on this call.
These are some of the scary charges the DA's office can bring.
To academic performance, accountability to meaningful engagement, and so, you know, the response we submit speaks for itself.
Let me ask by show of hands, if you think there are geography of cases where it's appropriate for the federal government to intervene, which part actually suppresses? One way the federal government influences us all is with state priorities, and every administration has that. What are the critical
idea of what we see. Cat.
I don't have a product key, so we'll just say that down there. And I want to install Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox, and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message, because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going backwards, and
Copy. Yes, that's 300 block of Carroll Lane, 4800 Carroll Lane. Any open fire hydrant that was hit during a traffic accident. Amazing.
County is this spelling. Do you want me to confirm?
We got a little investigation on your name. I wonder what. The accelerated the
I don't know why it's always having
and we have new
serious charges where the PA's office will bring
and I don't have a product key, so we'll just say that down there. And I want to install Windows 11 Pro, And I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox, and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message, because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But you can fix this by going backwards to Tweaker, to Advanced CPU Settings, where we find SVM mode. It goes us down here to do with virtualization, and we'll change that to enabled, and as previously go across to save and exit setup, and exit saving changes. Greetings! In this video we're going to be working here on my 5600G Ryzen PC in Linux Mint.
Once the bill's inserted.
Alright, I just because the 932 was the stuck dollar bill, also that's the one that that's why I got confused.
Okay, and then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry box.
Hello? Are they broadcasting you? Okay, so now we're doing communications of news and entertainment to various folks.
Brad Todd Show.
This kept going. Radios like this one, this fancy and as you get to the list, so let's see that word. These were
something we use. Its functionality is fairly straightforward. You say what you need to do, and then check it complete when you're finished. Each task can have its own tags, deadlines, and you can even type a description. However, this doesn't stop there. You can also split your to-dos into multiple projects, so that way you can break down large projects into small.
The West Market.
A recent kernel, recent driver, you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love the desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
132, go launch code 4. Alice Jackson will be on Route 8. We're fixing that iron because it was just canceled. But it is not canceled. She needs to get picked up by Route 8. Thank you.
You said don't have root Jackson. She's been taken already. She's on. The staff said she's gone. I'm looking to see with my other passengers.
Take that headline.
One negative.
Close this down, and there we are running a VirtualBox Windows 10 virtual machine here in Linux Mint. And it's currently running as a small window on the screen, as you can see, but we could go to view and full screen, at which point VirtualBox finally tells us we can get back to window but at any time by pressing the host key plus F, with the host key currently set to be right control. So I'm going to set to not see that message again, and I will switch to full screen, and oh look, Windows is not full screen. And there we are, it's popped up. We'll ignore what's going on with the graphical desktop, although we can see the drives appeared down there. And if we now do a list, in fact, let's pull things first, tidy. Let's do an lsdlk again, and this time we can see that we've got a SD, which is our USB drive, and we can see the memory point, which is media CDB tran April 19, which of course is a name we can see down there. And so we can change that by and the system will now reboot, and once again we're arriving in the list mint, this time installed on the computer. So I'll just log in, and here we are back on my desktop with the welcome wizard, and there's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later in the video. The critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, you can go through what there is in the NVIDIA graphics card. We need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card. But here in Mint 22, we can also go to plugins and click here to get to the new Nuno Actions layout editor, which gives us even more control of the layout and what's included in the most. No different from the system rules, no different from the system rules, no different finally, it is worth looking at all the other applications worth learning and all the commentaries included in the however, in know that some people do like however, I know that some people do like everything. I demand friends.
I guess so. Would like to make a motion to approve?
The DA confirmed he used a knife to allegedly kill his parents. Ms. Martin is expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chesky starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
And the system will now reboot, and once again we're arriving in the Linux Mint, this time installed on the computer. So I'll just log in, and here we are back on my desktop with a welcome wizard. And
Don't forget to have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a few or a few thousand, we print on everything so customers can go from noticing your brand to falling in love. But now new customers can get 20% off with new Twin. Because if we print it. Vistaprint.com. We know it's a print from Vistaprint. But did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get to the top. We print must-have merch like tote bags.
It always shows the other things to you.
No, I don't follow it.
You don't follow it, but you're making money off of it.
I don't have any money off of it. What I have done,
Trump's trade policies directly impact the value of that Chinese stock. Won't you agree with that?
Which trade policy? I'm not a trade expert.
Okay, all right.
But I want to tell you this.
Crazy on me today. Let me ask you this question.
and get with Jerry. He's coming over here from HR. Or HR from him.
Eventually kill his parents. Warner was expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents.
His attention to detail is also noticeable with UI components.
In Los Angeles.
The Dolphin File Manager is considered one of the best file managers in the Linux world. Dolphin includes features like split view, browsing, previews, disk usage analysis, tagging, network browsing, built-in support for compressed files. For developers, console terminal emulator offers multiple patches, views, profiles, color schemes, and powerful setup.
And it also has a few settings that let you tweak how it looks, the background opacity if you prefer your terminal to be sort of transparent.
The bill validator, spinning around and around and not able to give out cards once a bill's inserted.
Alright, I just because the 932 was a dollar bill.
How you guys?
That's why I got confused.
Go straight in, and we'll be at building 17.
And then
On the right.
915, got that one going. I had it every block.
Janice, John, Adam, Laura, Ida, Charles, Edward, 491. This is Dennis, David, Edward, Nora, Ida, Sam, Martin Cummings, Charles Union,
and run the 64-bit version of test editions. Like that. Yes, we want to install it. And we just run through like a normal Windows install process. And there we are, it is installed, but we have to reboot, so we'll click on Finish. And here we are back again. I need to log in. There we go, and nothing looks different, but now we get editions installed. I can right click and go to Display.
Super.
A concept of public comment on any items 328 is complete.
And these tools do more for your privacy than any sponsorship ever will. So first we have
to make public comment.
Yes or no. Okay. What I move no.
So subsidy is expiring or not is
family friends or podcasters called intimidate for
Yes, sir. I have another call. Well, participant at 213 E7771, 213 E7771. Mike Nestor called in advising that
In terms of the technology changes, that's been
but she's not answering. He did make rotation, spoke with the homeowner as George Hernandez, asking if she was there.
By electronic things to do that he's one new to do this.
Consequence, now this pipe file
In Europe, we had another
This is what we made.
and indeed
have been all over this country, and one idea will have you flying high.
Tonight, 14 years in counting. Our Make America Christmas. Opening doors, shaking hands, and hoping to
Canada and the support of NOS 18, mostly just this latest for the 3024 NOS also has support until June 2029, after which it will upgrade to this strength 4. And in this respect, no NOS tool will soon allow an upgrade into NOS 17. However, the other previous tool, so let's follow over to the download page.
And this is all by electronic things back in the 50s. When you do this, in Europe, another
December, we have been all over this country and
charge a permit for $125.
Just some extra
On the right shows what state is doing currently, and this is the intent to align with what state is doing with regards to these permit fees. As you can see there, state does not use the number of employees as a criteria to determine the permit fees. They use the gross annual food sales to determine what a permit fee should be for the so those permit fees range from
enforcement agency in our country, and divesting entirely, not doing day trading now, I think would be something that would be interested in American people. So I just hope you consider moving forward purchasing stocks, individual companies.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate the call.
Sitting around and not able to give out cards once the bill's inserted. And then 915,
How much service?
Come in, Mo.
Card, and on the computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card. We need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA card.
How do you feel about that before, the way we were told we were supposed to
American workers eat their brains. Drive on.
What do you think? And I'm not a
will very much see a different makeup at the Fed depending on who the president chooses, and that could mean that there is likely even more division potentially next year.
Configuration applied. Configuration applied. Stop for changes to take aim. Stop for changes to take shutting down mega on
What do you think? Oh, gosh. I bet she says that to all words, but we sure appreciate it. Be up to your chin.
Do people come in asking for big American food? Little Italy and Chinatown?
What's the CJ with Hazard?
2026 on 206 Garden, White Point, or 3 at July. Okay.
Charles.
Charles, but you view India as
Proton VPN.
Hello.
You all know what a VPN does, well, you should probably have one handy.
To academic excellence, to meaningful engagement. And so, you know, the response we submit speaks for itself.
So let me ask my
This is from the parsec for the meter telescope. If I click this audio, it's not at home, and it drops per second.
What are the critical parts?
It just cuts out about half the way as far away. Again, all the way out to about here. All the way out to about here. Probably 2 meters almost. But if I place this water barrier here, and then try to drop the tube, it goes out about 1 meter.
Team 2014 for Stockholm. It is 1410. Everything on going to run. 27 turbine from the Curtis. Please return home.
And my friend has been there now for a long time, and he's assured me there will be no oil purchased from Russia. There will be no oil. He's not buying oil from Russia.
Again, trying to figure out what here. All the way out to about here. At the time, I used to know 2 years almost. If I place this,
that stumbling on the word articulable is objectively
and to USB. I have got a USB drive plugged into the system, as you can probably see up here. This little button here to add a USB filter for the currently attached device. We can see it here. There's lots of devices attached. There's a mouse and the keyboard, but I think we'll go for that, which is our USB drive. There we are. So we'll click on OK. And if we now launch our virtual machine and go to the File Explorer in this PC, yes, there's our USB drive called
Thank you.
You probably know this.
Thank you very much.
Public comment on any item signed engineer is complete.
Thank you very much. Yeah, what they was wondering, why couldn't they helping them, they need like some road out of that C&D up on top, so we're helping them out for right now, so I don't got other operators.
You probably know this. At least.
To get into the list, so let's do that right now. You know this business cards. Did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? We print tickets and signs and help you something that use extensive postcards and flyers. The speciality is fairly straightforward. Simply add a task that you need to do and then check it. Each task can have its own tags, deadlines, and you can even do description. However, to-dos is a lot there. You can also split into to-dos into multiple projects, so that way you can break down large projects into
they stay currently to go and get transported, whether through the bus or whatever other services to it. So we're trying to see what is the duration, what's the likelihood of individuals using that center.
Let's do that right now.
We're always in contact with our local shelters to see what are they seeing.
To-do is something I use extensively.
And if they've
The
reached
functionality
capacity,
is
a lot of
fairly
times that's
straightforward. You simply add a task that you need to do, and then check it complete. Each task can have its own tags, deadlines, and any type of description. However, to-dos doesn't stop there. You can also split your to-dos into multiple projects, so that way you can break down large projects into small projects.
Virtual density Joseph position of the vehicle.
Guerrero, spelling birthday. Joel. Birth will be 7/9 of 81. 7/9/81.
The DA confirming he used a knife to allegedly kill his parents. Nick Ryan is expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chesky starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
Just as a vehicle opportunity.
There's breaking news about law enforcement. I'd like to see him. I've always yeah, I'd like to see him. I will say John Thibodeau has done a good job.
Yes, and there's warranty that's included with the generator, but I would have to bring those specifics on the warranty.
So you're saying we know that our engineers are absolutely higher than last year. We no longer have resources to do that anymore.
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
GoDaddy Arrow.
I'm going to be at the previous contract from 2020 to 2023. We never actually get to the amount of
Mexico.
Well, we can about maybe 21 on 0
This Jackson will be on Route 8. We're taking it on iron because it was just canceled. But it is not canceled. She needs to get picked up on Route 8. Thank you.
I don't have room taxi. She's been taken already. She's gone. The staff said she's gone. I'm already proceeding with my other passengers.
All right.
one. The ones can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Ranger, because we have professional grade supplies for every grade supplies, even hard to find products, and we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help you and run. Call thegoodfix.com. Get the water safe. Get it done.
Have a shot at the car driving away.
Tell me we have enough here to get facial work on at least one of the two abductors.
We get a clear shot of the driver, but we were able to tag the other abductor. Our People's Liberation Army.
Charm of the Department of Justice, and it published an article in 2024.
People, we need to dig into this, man. I want to know
violent extremism
At the time, I didn't know how
terrorism.
much they saw.
I have it. It's interesting that it's no longer on the website. It has been scrubbed, but I ask these questions because what makes a strong, qualified
And so, you know, the response we submitted speaks for itself.
Let me ask by show of hands, if you think that there would ever be a case where it's
Setting
appropriate...
aside that stumbling over the word articulable is objectively...
...taught actually in the classroom. Lindsay, if I may, one way that the federal government influences us all is in setting priorities, and every administration has done that. What are the critical
Six 42, B23, Joe, copy New Balance.
42 go up.
5996, 6.7, 5996, 6.7.
30,
City. And there he is up there with his foot stuck in there. And here he is at the ball at the top of the tower. He used to have these pictures taken and sent to David Sarnoff, RCA, for whom he worked. And David would just get enraged and go ballistic because he said, "You fool, you're going to fall off there." So, in addition to having fun, as is usual in scientific assessment about content, that's all over the place. You have to have a lot of fun at the same time.
Basic signs that have your business companies discard physics that get under research like Tourette's, T-shirts, and water bottles. Clearly falls blind vouchers from everything so that customers can go from dosing your brand to falling in love. Right now,
And tonight, when that
days is a long time.
I have another call. One person at 213 E7771, 213 E7771. Mike Molester called in.
Starting JSON security scan.
His fiancée, Donna Molester, phone is pinging with that address.
I don't have a proper key, so we'll
but she's not answering. He did make location, spoke with the homeowner, George Hernandez. I was asking if she was there.
I also want to make sure
one that was there is the George Hernandez, the one that called in is Copy with simple.
Open border policy. Anybody could come in. They emptied out their jails, their prisons, their mental institutions. They emptied them into our country.
I think so. Wouldn't you say that they probably do at this point? After going through it for years with me, being hit, Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, the Iran nuclear threat wiped out, don't you think that you just had Venezuela? Don't you think she says she had good red seriously? Wouldn't you say they do after all this thing? What a stupid question.
Are you coordinating with allies on the response?
with the DA confirming he used a knife to allegedly kill his parents. Nick Kleiner was expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chesky starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
That could cause a damn hurricane too, but they don't make it through. I know I spent 8 fucking months down here cleaning up that damn marina after, because the people they paid $75,000 for it.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sold. And I said to
I was down here for these 8 months doing it. Me and Dennis Sterling. And it didn't help shit.
Thank you.
In my child somewhere, but you will India as
Proton VPN. Oh, what a VPN does.
Right. A perfect example is use that direct TV, Dish Network. Like I said, you're going out of business. What happened? They're basically there's mergers going on. There's this and that or whatever. They're just hanging on by a thread. They're basically gone. Rightly so. And the same thing holds true with AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, all the rest of them. They've been screwing us for so long. Can you imagine having one bill?
Assistance to us as well, direct assistance. I just received a call from the President Trump as well, expressing the same type of urgency and the same type of offers to respond to us.
Location was 10-20.
One, keep people safe, but also two, we're going to make sure that we catch the individual that brought so much suffering to so many people. And
And this is all seared by electronic pheasant. So in fact, in the 50s, one knew that you could do this.
Fighter pilots will concealed carry
System is secure.
Let me tell you a secret question. All you gotta do is punch in your zip code. I went through the process. There's 6 little old questions. You even have to step foot in one of them.
Of a desktop, it is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones,
At the
and
time,
you
I
can
didn't know
clearly
how
see
to
that
do
some
that.
stuff
I do
is
now.
not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps, with the shortcuts.
Remember electronics for school? Yeah, that's right. Avoid all costs. To fix this, there are these 2 options. Budget one more time with a little resistor across the AC output terminals. That simulates a light bulb, or change to a double pole relay. Here's the way all facing wires get switched on and off at the same time. Going with the first option would mean my third button is bored. And while I'm okay doing that kind of stuff on the TC bar, on the AC, I'm just it doesn't feel good.
So nueces 18 has just been released. This latest edition is based on Ubuntu 24.04 LTS and so has support.
All new form factors like Xreal's Project Aura will expand the Android XR ecosystem, letting you take some of the immersive headset experiences with you on the go, like at a coffee shop. Within all of these devices, Gemini is the glue, giving you a simple, conversational interface to do so much. From XR devices to computing, to feeling like you have superpowers. Today, we'll see exciting updates on the go.
Just get a beach towel. Wipe with water, hold it up in front, and you can you're perfectly safe. Easy, compact, and simply not threatening to the way in which it potentially and his complicated relationship advantage in whatever way is tonight at the any kind of interrupter or act as an antenna will actually distract your brain.
And you can follow us on
If I set this in here like this, you can see that it glows. When I place this in front,
but she's not answering. He did make locations over the London, asking if she was there.
I also want to make sure.
There's a good chance you guys will write it. You can throw down your ATV. 23 saying that there's a bunch of trash and people are sitting around out there. Alright, 10-4, thank you. 10-4, I'm just not thinking. Alright, thank you. Virtual 10-52.
Rock.
Yes, sir. I have another call. Well, person at 213 E7771, 213 E7771. Light Nestor called in advising that his fiancee, anonymous, is calling his team from that address.
I don't have a proper key, so we'll
But she's not answering. He did make location, spoke with the homeowner, as George Hernandez, asking if she was there.
I also want to make sure.
Hello?
1027.
Location, what's your 10-20?
Open tag.
Kid with some innate mental differences. Here is a quote from one study. The interior miracle brain function is larger in males than in I don't see a problem. I want to know that this difference exists.
I didn't buy them today.
Case returning with the six hostages. Well, they're looking for, so we have
the heavy snow stranding the school bus in Minnesota. Back in Washington, 17 rivers could see major flooding this week.
The situation's extremely serious. Their area, and Camila now joins us now live. In Washington, Camila, we see that river there just behind you. There are real fears about it flooding. And there's others flooding nearby, impacting nearby businesses.
That's right, Tom. There is huge concern for people who live along this river and the
Thank you very much, I appreciate the call.
Sitting around and not able to give out cards, bills, and soda.
Sorry, I just couldn't see with the $12 bill.
Yeah, and then 9:15, I don't buy out one.
And if they did a nuclear weapon before they got even close, that site would be attacked and it would be wiped out. Yes.
Mr. President, I didn't need President Sherry. Yeah. We can't come to an agreement or a deal about anything.
Make sure you have somewhere so let's just change this game to 45 and let's have this thing running in the background. Next thing it wants you to do is open up with
Spinning around and around and not able to give out cards once a bill's inserted.
We find a number of packages available which we need to install.
They dispatch radio
And
mode bullshit.
the first of these is the base package, so let's just install this. This gives us the basis of VirtualBox. Also need to enter my password. That's now installed, so we go back. We're next going to install VirtualBox Guest Edition ISO, which will improve the performance of our virtual machine, not least by permitting it to make machine
and so, you know, the response we submit speaks for itself.
Let me ask by show of hands, do you think there would ever be a case where it's appropriate for the federal government to intervene in what's taught actually in the classroom?
Lindsay, if I may, one way that the federal government influences us all is in setting priorities, and every administration has done that. What are the critical
I serve my country, now I carry it where I go. Here's how. National I serve my country, now I carry it where I go.
I think it's very important for Georgia to get a real senator, because the senator is a horrible senator. He allows all the...
Do we have a
recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So you can do it on cost.
Try them on for friends.
What do you think? Oh, gotcha.
The program is to install a virtual machine. And here I've installed a virtual box, which you can down here. This allows you to run a guest operating system inside the host, the main operating system. Once again, I've got a video called how to set up a virtual machine. But just to show you what I've got going on here, down here I've got a copy of Windows 7 running. This is a test copy of Windows 7, and here I've installed, I think it's Office XP. Early.
And if they did it with a weapon before they got even close, that site would be attacked and would be wiped out.
If you can't come to an agreement to repeal that,
right away it had to be cutting board. When I got home I checked it. It looked clean, but deep in the grooves there were bits of old food. I smelled it. That same raw chips. I always cleaned well, hot water, soap, even bleach. But I found out wood cutting boards absorb juices like a sponge, trapping bacteria like E. coli and salmonella deep inside, where bleach can't even reach. I felt sick, I threw it out on the spot. Thankfully,
on desktop.
25
icon.
videos to
If you change the distro. For example, on an external SSD, a copy of a Windows XP machine. Let's take a copy of that and drop it on this computer. And if we now go back to VirtualBox, we just click on that. We can pick up that machine, pick up its and open. There it is, and we can now boot up this machine. And there we are, running.
Jeremy Torino, he's got some stuff over here from himself. 4 radar from him.
Is in aerial, if you go up to the top, you'll see the font has been substituted because it's not available. And similarly, this is Verdana, and this is Comic Sans, and these are installed by default in Linux. But we can fix that, because if we close this down, we can close it down as well. For now, we'll go to a terminal, and I'm going to type sudo install MSTT for fonts. Enter.
Lazy on the new Corpus, especially as there's already a railway connecting Lyon to so, in other words, they feel it's not really needed. That's despite new line being a faster, causing real benefits, and having less ability to go analysis. Another sort of current estimates the price tag around 25 billion euros, which is approximately 29 billion US dollars.
I just put the 932 with the...
Was it connected to open up another terminal and run these commands? Sudo let's just do it and then run this command. Source sudo vn. Let's just do it. In order for you to run this command,
location exert 10-20.
Let's just go in, cp usr, make sure that you are inside source. So one.
The DA confirming he used a knife to allegedly kill his parents. The informant was expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not been medically cleared by the jail.
By any means, but there's a Linux version available for those of you within my audience, but there's also a version available for Windows and Mac OS as well. In fact, you can even use it on your phone. And it syncs your notes between devices, so it could be your one note-taking app for all note-taking purposes.
Two large, two cumbersome being carried, but actually on the top.
All of which have to access down there, and we go down the stairs on the loaded line selection of access to the RC file, have a new case and go all the way down to
EC 1412, 6129 Jessica Drive, 6129 Jessica Drive, EMS 1336.
All of these
205-1211, 120238.
And then we restore a rotation action and then move it explicitly. For example, on external SSD with Windows which is stable context and that is either a new application that we will have in the other browser or hardware box.
She wasn't sure. Later in their lives, we'll go there.
It for you guys. And if you like this video, then be sure to click the like button to let YouTube know.
And here I will store to the system inside hosting the main system. The video called how to set up a virtual machine. Just to show you what I've got here, down here I've got a copy of Windows 7 running. This is a test copy of Windows 7, and here I've installed Office XP.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted to that the community could actually hear what the news about this grant.
Make sure that your internet access provider cannot really see what you're doing, or just to feel protected when you're using public Wi-Fi. This is just an important
location, so 10-20.
Normally the one I use
Robert, take over for Wood Jackson. Rob Burner, come back.
Requests from the public on any design for
The DA confirmed he used a knife to allegedly kill his parents. Warner is expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chesky starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
634. I'll be 76. 1 now.
For my needs, it's way more than enough. It's a good terminal, it does the basic stuff a terminal does, and if you have a preferred app, you can install it from that. You also have a very basic text editor. It doesn't do much, it does have some
you're looking for somebody, you have a really good place to start, and they often felt safe because they worked together and not spread out. Safety in numbers, wasn't always. Some of that city.
It'll start the application. Speed us through to the end. and once we have PR, we can execute it.
We probably oversprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking. And we print must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a few
Set the support of Iran and our people need to stop using their vehicles as weapons.
To move to anything else whenever you want. Once your distro is end of life and won't receive an action, you can upgrade to the next version. Or if you don't like that new version, you can also just decide to change the actions entirely. On Windows, once your system is end of life, you have to accept to use the new one and pay for it if you missed your shot at getting the free update before. Or you can keep using your old system unsupported and have problems with it. Viruses,
Full spectrum analysis engaged. Full spectrum analysis engaged.
We've been working from day one we meet at least once a week, if not more, to make sure that we're on track and we're moving forward the way that the city
Gotta be down here. This place is empty. What you got?
We were here 2 months later, willing and ready to provide you with this along with the highlights. Here's how you get to where we're at today, what's it possible. Jason has been
password and things for another tenant install, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to click on skip unattended installation. And the reason for this is because currently there's a bug in VirtualBox that stops this working.
The bill validator spinning round and round and not able to give out cards once the bill's inserted.
Alright, I just put the 932 was the stuck dollar bill. Also, that's the one that I kind of, that's why I got.
And then 915, I let that one go in. I had an entry box.
10-4. Get the video.
Okay. So I'm going to call code enforcement.
Again, you're going to call them again. Right? Okay. So somebody just magically went back there to the place where you cut the fucking tree and fucked it all up.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah. And
still.
I said to them.
Still.
I did not call. You hearing me?
Yeah, well.
So now I got a load of trash on my.
This
and over 600 clients from all over the world so you can stop playing small and make this the biggest year of your life. So click the link along with this video, and I'll see you on the inside.
And then 915, that one go in. So I had an entry box.
That's
out to 932.
Yeah.
In the day, and it's in the middle of the day. It could be at 11 a.m. and we're expecting 2 hours. We're going to look at that, see if there's, and again, we go back and talk to the shelters. Are they at capacity? If they're not, they may be the ones that be able to take individuals that are looking for overnight shelter or warming. Our warming centers will be open during that, but that's where we're trying to look at all the different factors. If we just go by just this one number,
building by building.
And here we are running the time shift first run wizard. So we'll just go through and select the defaults, next on the drive to use, we only have one, and then we have to select our snapshot schedule. And in fact, I'm not going to select the default here, I'm going to go for weekly snapshots and keep 3 of them. And then click on next again, and this is asking what we want to do equivalent to the system restore point in Windows. And
nasty or something like that.
And once again, we're arriving at the Smith Simon Paul. So I'll just log in. And here we are back on the desktop with a welcome wizard. There's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later in the video, but the critical
And in another layout.
don't recognize the seeds that are being
quite finished yet, because you might remember back in the midst of time, or in other words, a few years ago, we downloaded the VirtualBox extension pack. So let's add this in by going to File and to Tools and Extension Pack Manager, like that, and we will install by picking up the extension pack. There it is, and open. And it checks what to do it, of course. Yes, we do.
That's not real-time radio traffic. Persecution manipulation, which is a federal crime for a Jewish person right before Christmas. Why do we need to put more up in the window so we get persecuted better?
As we can see, the light version of OS 16 is also similar.
Yeah, we saw it was high right there. So now you can move them off that pussy arrived. There it is, folks. He did a good job. He got a hit on number 2. He's going to squeeze off number 3. Remember, there it is, folks. You did a good job. He had a hit on number 2. He's going to squeeze off number 3. He's got a 10-minute limit here. You don't want to do it that way.
Yeah, it really has some high shadow there. It's tough to see. We don't have the cone off the second.
There you go. It's all yours.
And we left a lot of trash inside the compartment.
Is bad actors are always looking for clever ways to break into our systems. And it's not just about 0 days or the things that we don't know yet, that haven't been patched yet. But as things go on further, the cybersecurity war is going to be fought with AI on both sides, and a lot of times it already is. We're talking about triaging bugs, security reporting and triage to space, CVEs, for example, vulnerabilities, common vulnerabilities and exposures. The Linux kernel is used.
A lot of good people. I know. I haven't made a decision about this.
In that channel somewhere, you view India.
We don't know that. There's also video taken inside the building where he opened fire. Asked the police and their
I responded to warn them
I don't answer if there's video inside
the was chronically
was expected
because she strains so hard as
says he is not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chesky starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
Or any other data of American D-Day program? I don't believe so. I'll get back to you. I yield back. From Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, before you joined the FBI, you had very strong opinions about what the FBI was hiding regarding Jeffrey Epstein. In a September 2023 interview with Glenn Beck, you said the Black Book is under the, quote, direct control of the director of the FBI. In December 2023, you said,
This was just DJ with Answer. I'm sorry, 1838. I have another call. Welfare concern at 213 East of 771, 213 East of 771. Mike Molester called in advising that his fiancée, Donna Molester, is cheating at that address. But she's not answering. He did make a payment for the homeowner.
Actually, two of them were the most wanted fugitives in the world. There's still much more work to be done, which is why the FBI continues to work alongside the Department of Justice, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of War to defend and beat heaths and other things, but on this to defend law and order and combat violent crime.
Basic sound and video tools.
In this final meeting, I pray that God, you would give our city and this council the preparation in their heart for a new year and a new Corpus Christi. A new year with new possibilities, new opportunities. Lord, thank you that you have provided everything we need.
The lawyer says he has not
you
yet
are God of abundance, and so I pray for these servant leaders, our mayor, and all the city council.
With his parents. Morgan Chesky starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
Earlier revealed that charged dozens of people in Minnesota's Somali.
Arrested illegal aliens and make American cities the safest in the world. And when I campaign, I talk about crime, but I never knew that we were going to get into
I knew right away it had to be the cutting board. When I got home, I checked it. It looked clean, but deep in the grooves there were bits of old food. I smelled it and knew something wrong. I always clean it well, water, soap, bleach. But I found out wood cutting boards absorb juices like a sponge. Bacteria like E. coli and salmonella deep inside. When I got home, I checked it. I threw it out on the spot. Water, soap, even bleach. But I found out wood cutting boards absorb juices like a sponge.
And so the good news is that in the last couple of weeks, as you just reported, I have been seeing some Republicans who are willing to come out and say publicly that this isn't okay and that they want to see briefings about the strikes that you talked about previously. And of course, this one, which is fairly incomprehensible when you think about it. You know, an oil tanker in the middle of the international waters being attacked by the United States military is not something that you hear about every decade. And that's something that we should
for an 18-month-old
And the
child
system will
that
now
had fallen off the
reboot,
bed.
and once again we're arriving in the announcement, this time installed on the computer. So I'll just log in, and here we are back on my desktop with a welcome wizard, and the other thing is to find out on this computer is the video graphics card. We need to launch the driver manager to install drivers for the individual cards.
Now this case involved the FBI attempting to obtain cell phone location data, and in the process of doing so, the government argued they could do this by getting it from a private company under what's known as the third-party doctrine. The third-party doctrine basically
Location was 10-20.
I'll be asleep and sleeping inside on the traffic stop.
All the others, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as usual. Some drivers, and you'll be able to see that on there are some performance problems of opening and closing out Cosmic and Corpus. I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first class internal recent driver. Still, I should be able to run that on any computer without changing from everything on Cosmic and Corpus. I love what they've done.
And then that was only had it in vehicles.
Oh gosh. I bet she says that to all the customers, but we sure appreciate it. Be up to her chin. Do people come in asking for favors? Italy and Chinatown?
Windows Linux. And in that context, it's often the case you need to retain access to what needs to do with Windows software.
Another allegedly killed parent. Midwife was expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents. The judge comes outside into the courthouse in Los Angeles.
What will appear in the next episode of
These
the
are some of the
series.
serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
Fabricate, intimidate, fabricate, adjustments call. Union date doesn't 3031 Colonel, 3031 Colorado, looking for you. Unit F3, code 3, 081 351.
Talk like England's married here, but after 10 years, that chatty shit goes away. You spent it all. You know what I mean? Yeah, we're just in the zone. She says the same shit to me every night before she goes to bed. I'll be the last one up. She's like, "Well, get some sleep, Dave. Good night." "All right, babe. We'll stay up and watch television. Good night." And she'll walk half up the steps. "David? Don't Don't eat the kids.
So, you know,
What
people
what level lane are we and the city's funds in this project?
And I just feel like we've got to support
Second
small
and third,
business
second
city
for what?
I totally understand,
We can go
and
either
I
way.
support that as well,
Okay.
but it has to be
Second's
a
better
balanced
than
approach too, right? So
You bet.
I understand that, and we got to find the money
The
somewhere
other
else.
thing I
Let's
would
do it because we really
like
don't.
to ask is,
The shadows are coming in. It's making it really difficult to
One
find.
more miss, still way off to the left there. One final try. Oh, that's this one. One more miss, still way off to the left there. He's done.
DA confirmed he used a knife to allegedly kill his parents. Nick Reiner was expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chesky starts off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
To move windows around, changing all the very shift plus the mouse, if you move windows around, dragging windows,
and safety and security on our reservations and for our tribal members has been one of our priorities, one of my priorities.
After 10 years, Hattie Street Road, right? And she's 10 and all. You know what I mean? You know, where's the end of that?
now,
Location is 10-20. I bet you spend watch over that. And she'll walk halfway up the steps.
Horrific.
David? Don't eat the kids.
Well, I'd load his bullet, I'd get him ready for me, and get it ready to tell me what to do. Just kind of, you know, with him, when he was shooting, I'd load his bullet.
As we go to break, we'll take a look at our next shooter. This is Jeff Heath.
Way for both of us.
He'll be up next week. As we go to break, we'll take a look at our next shooter. This is Jeff Heath. He'll be up next as we continue with more.
As a big W by the same
I would say the quality on that is surprisingly good for open source. It took a long time, but at least the quality of it I mean, if you're dealing with video rendering, that's really what matters. Alright, let's move on to comparison. So if we're looking at what the actual differences were between the two,
Starting JSON security scan.
Crimes, drug dealers, overdoses, and murders at this one hotel. Ruining the customer. Some Heath went in there, not only arrested all the participants that were in the hotel,
As you outlined, you did so with the same resources.
Correct.
I believe so. So how much of that
Dare to do it all behind the wheel of a 2026 Sorento from Mike Shaw Kia. With an available turbocharged engine and available all-wheel drive, the Kia Sorento confidently handles every journey. Inside, Sorento puts you in command with advanced tech and connectivity features. The Kia Sorento, the smarter way to drive. Click now to view our inventory during the season of new traditions.
program.
$43 and $23.
42.
Telemetry screens, they were frequency just clean. You can see that right there. And they were just an amateur with an VHF radio. And so this guy, Welch from Dallas, put an antenna up and pointed where the satellite was, and on February 11th, 1958, let's see if this works. It does not. In any case, it just sounds like that warbling sound that you heard when I tuned in that particular thing. That's one of those things.
These guys are gonna work.
Are we hungry?
Those have a very basic text editor. It doesn't do much. It doesn't
How about this? What if I live in Austin? As a matter of fact, it's necessary.
It's a very simple one, but it has the merit.
And there's going to be another press conference happening in about 20 minutes right now. They're telling us around 11:15 they will be having another press conference that'll be straight to live on the 11 o'clock newscast. Hopefully some new information, which would be great. The other one just wrapped up maybe about an hour ago. So to have some new information on top of this video that was finally just released to us, that will hopefully bring some new leads to police and help them track this suspect down.
Try them on for the friends.
What do you think? Oh, gosh.
I bet she says that to all the customers, but we sure appreciated it. Be uptight, Dr. Chin.
People come in asking for Made in America. I mean, literally, in Chinatown. It's 60 days answer.
Charles,
in my China somewhere, do you view India as
Roger that. Thank you very much. I appreciate the call.
To support 64-bit virtual machines, we must enable hardware virtualization.
And as someone that's so country in combat, I can assure you I am not an existential threat to this country because I swore to protect it. Also want to point out,
fantastic cities have you seen it is still a first draft. The applications of their own settings on very their own, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff is not smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps.
They're often really important for your setting. Because what actually makes you impactful has nothing to do with your IP. It's browser, behavior.
Okay, any requests from the public to public comment on AI 9/20 complete? 1 radio check 10-8 from the yard. careful.
Hello?
I go to the product disconnect when that down there. Now, when we've done that, I want to install it because of virtual machine can be. I also require them offline when we do this, so I can see this finally. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to virtual box, and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because our virtual machine
Scan complete.
requirements for
System is secure.
It is fairly first. The applications of bare bones, the settings of very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps, but
Yeah, we saw it was high right there. So now you're giving
exactly why gun violence is such a problem in the United States, and it's something that needs to be taken care of. They're super proud of my students. They took good care of themselves and for each other. It's terrible, terrible.
Can't confirm it's going to be safe until they have, like, I understand why everything has to be this way, because they can't ensure safety until they can, like, have the guy.
Hello?
We'll click on finish.
President Trump has been very vocal that he disagrees with the fact he wants lower rates. Today, Mr. House says not so fast, but term is up next year. President Trump is interviewing candidates who very much see a different makeup at the Fed before the president do this, and that would mean that
And of course, I'm trying to answer as many questions as possible. And you also give me some good ideas of future videos. The best thing you can do for our channel, like the kind of material that we cover here, is to subscribe. Because by subscribing, you grow. And when we grow, YouTube will distribute our videos to a wider audience, and it helps us to support us for all of the time and money we spend to make these videos. In any case, stay safe, have a wonderful evening, and we'll see you soon.
Which one has a pin on the vehicle?
Football team Sharon Moore, and Moore has now been detained by police. A school investigation found evidence he had an inappropriate relationship with a staff.
I was just connected to my Wi-Fi. What about when I'm actually don't someone else Wi-Fi is everywhere, so it's not hard to find privacy better is what is going now. Airplane mode at
And the system will now reboot, and once again we're arriving in the Linux Mint, this time installed on the computer. So I'll just log in.
Really want to get involved in solving this houselessness and poverty issue that we have here in town. It would mean a lot to our community for you guys to just for you cleaning mag-infested wounds like I do, clean Mr. Guckerman, I'll take care of that. Just come over, say hello to the community. You'd be surprised, you'd probably recognize some of the people on the other side of the table. You're like, you're here? And they're be like, I need help, you know? I've got an 84-year-old
Martinez of Houston, eligible, no 29.
Radio announcing again, no tape on the this side. So now it's Cox's first name was. But radio has now moved into so.
Location, SIR 10-20.
Open calculator. I'll get to sleep. Paramedic on Medic 11 is on.
Open calculator.
Helping assisting the paramedic on Medic 12.
Of options, it's a slideshow or a single image. You can add your own. There's no video or stuff like that to prevent stuff. That's for later if they ever add that. In terms of appearance, there's also some quite good things that you can look at. Obviously, you've got your usual dark mode and light mode, which auto switches on the fly. You've got your accent color support, which will only appear in selected elements and highlights around windows. It's not overbearing, you don't have that.
The DA confirming he used a knife to kill his parents. Informant was expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the law. And we have new stories tonight to make and his complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chesky starts us off
about this. We know that when we can do things on the right, we're able to manage in the best way. The other thing about it is, it is efficient for us, it is responsive, we know that when we're much more in control over the experience.
In the air, the A-19 Pro is housed in...
Hello.
Hello.
We all know that. Video tapes inside the building where he opened fire and asked police to today.
Flathead is not still
and I'm wondering, how did you enter that building, and is there video inside the building?
The answer if this video inside that building, that didn't pick so. There is video inside that.
video and its programs is to install a virtual machine. And here I'm installing This allows you to run a operating system inside the host of the main operating system. Once you've got a video call as a virtual machine, it takes 2 weeks. But just to show you what I've got here, down here I've got a copy of Windows 7 running. This is a test copy of Windows 7, and here I've installed, I think it's Office XP.
For praise among the nations of the earth. In the time of prosperity, fill our hearts with thankfulness.
There you go.
In the day of trouble, suffer our trust in you to fail. And finally, teach our people to rely on your strength and to accept their responsibilities to their fellow citizens. That they may elect trustworthy leaders and make wise decisions for the well-being of our society.
And you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff is not as it should be. of the desktop, it is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can really see some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are performance problems when opening and closing apps. Or if it's
This was 16 days.
Starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent. If you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders, just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military's looking at it.
And this is all steered by electronic pheasant.
Don't make it determined.
it is still a
Running out station 72 for training.
Radio for most virtual box. Of course, I need to enter my password. There we are, that's now installed. So we go back, we next go to the virtual box, get an addition to ISO, which will improve the performance of our virtual machine, not least by permitting it to run full screen and allowing the share.
I have another call. Wilford Incident at 213 E7771, E7771. Mike Jarrett just called in advising that his fiancée, Donna, is calling his team in by address. But she's not answering. He did make locations both with the homeowner as George has noticed, asking if she was there.
Base.
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. If anybody's coming out, just have them stand by real quick. It's starting to rain. I'll be right there.
Oh, okay, sorry. Let me get rid of the next one unit as well.
I was about to go use the restroom. I thought she was going to swap buses with you and then go use the restroom.
One thing that we all share as humans is that social life and social contact is an incredibly important thing.
Make sure that
If you can meet at the gas station at the corner of Horn and Green with Horn and Green.
You'll notice the antennas are relatively long. They don't want
The DA confirming he used a knife to allegedly kill his parents. Nick Garner was expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents. DA confirming he used a knife to allegedly kill his parents in Los Angeles. Nick Garner was expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents.
Detective, advise me, Microsoft, Nuance, Kilo 6000.
But you to make locations for asking if she was there.
I just wanted to make sure.
Charles,
in China, you view India as
Proton VPN. You all know what a VPN does. You have one handy
dinner and having dinners. They didn't go out for 4 years, and now they're going out 3 times a week. Restaurants are opening. Restaurants are full, and usually that means a lot of good things. But restaurants that were closed are now opening up, and everybody's happy. It's nobody's ever seen anything like this, and everybody feels like you can have a child walk right through the middle of Washington D.C. and nothing. We were losing more than one person a week.
Right, we're now booting from our USB drive, and if you need help making your computer do this, I've left some notes in the video description. And very soon,
any of the other ones that try to make it negative, or any of the people that spoke negatively. You take a look at it, because he came out the winner. And I want you to look at what's being said for the taxpayer. We have to remember who you represent. And your job is to save them money, and that's us, to take care of us. And another place, have a Merry Christmas and enjoy the
operating system inside the host of the main operating system.
I'm going to leave the call
Once again, with a video called How to Set Up a Virtual Machine that takes you through this. But just to show you what I've got going on here, down here I've got a copy of Windows 7 running. This is a test copy of Windows 7
Back in Washington, 17 rivers could see major flooding this week.
The situation is extremely serious. And Camila Bernal joins us now live from Preston, Washington. Camila, you see that window just behind. There are real fears about it flooding. And there's already other flooding nearby impacting nearby homes and businesses.
Okay.
That's right, Tom. There is huge concern for people who live along this river.
Radio announcing and getting okay from members. This guy was the fellow who announced the Harding-Cox presidential election. That's Warren G. Harding. I don't remember what Cox's first name was. But radio has now moved into sort of
when the closing apps, I'm not sure if it's
Airport 60, I'm sorry.
This is a Comic Sans, and these are installed by default in the
but we can
Now,
we'll go to internal.
continue to ensure that they do what we need to do to bring the person and those people justice. And I think the main opportunity was here.
Remember, his commitment to spreading joy.
Proton VPN. We all know what a VPN does and what you should have one handy.
Henry Williams, District 1. And mirror.
Eye view. But this is the evidence screen after all, right? So let's imagine I wanted to share my screen with my friends. I can open up Google Meet in another window, or I can show you another page.
Google Meet calls are incredibly immersive on a Galaxy Echo headset. We've always wanted you to be able to show up as yourself and stay connected with friends and colleagues, whether through stylized digital representations like Galaxy avatars, or a more photorealistic
will improve the performance of our virtual machine, not least by permitting it to run full screen and allowing a shared.
Hey, John, make him up answer his trick.
What do you mean with this in terms of a global sensing tool? You can do things like help discover radiation belts. This is Explorer 1. If you read the early history of the U.S. space program, was the first scientific satellite up in 1958, and James Van Allen in this picture right here, and here he is holding up with Brown over here. That has a sensor on board.
Finally, we have the CCPD. Each of these includes a different desktop environment, and if in doubt, we choose Cinnamon, which is the most popular. Another good distro for those who want an easy transition to it is Zorin LS. This has a similar default panel and menu configuration to Linux Mint, and even includes different layouts here in the Zorin appearance, which try to mimic the look and feel of different versions.
Here I'm installed to record virtual box and this allows the operating system inside the host main operating system. Once again, the video called How to Set a Virtual Machine that takes you through this. But just to show you what I've got going on here, down here I've got a copy of Windows 7 running. This is a test copy of Windows 7, and here I've installed, I think it's Office XP,
to be my own daily driver. But are you a Linux Mint user? And if so, what do you think about the latest version? Do let us all know down in the comments section. But now that's it for another video. If you've enjoyed what you've seen here, please press that like button. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. And I hope to talk to you again very soon. And go to this PC. Yes, we have a Z drive, which is a pictures folder I have in Linux, where I've got a folder called EC member updates with various pictures in, which we should be able to look at here in Windows. It works. We have a shared folder in which we can share data in either direction between our Windows virtual machine and next, I thought
Alright, $9.32 is the dollar bill. Also, that's why I got confused.
Okay, and the 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
Attack the ear targets the ear, whether it's through the ear canal or the bones around the ear. It is an overwhelmingly painfully loud sound. It's stealthy. And the kinds of injuries that were reported, I've seen the videos and I've read the reports, they're not consistent with that. There's facial swelling, there's swelling of the lips, the eyelids, there's burns, blisters. An acoustic device is not going to do that. Even if you could
I have a point for an 18-month-old child that has fallen off his bed. Has reported that he's not physically moving. He did stop breathing for the time. He is currently breathing at this time.
Emergency message on our inspection. City from Shoreline. Can you have a call fit create up please?
Anyway, that's all for this full episode and popular people and the full game of Cosmic. It's nice, but if you don't like Wayland and if you need a bunch of options, it's just not quite ready yet unless you want to replace a bunch of the it is an impressive piece of in the meantime,
right on the episode, and then a weapon roll back to
If we do have a 32 inbound, we'll go back to that old detour. That's on Mercado, right on Staples. I'm sorry, we're going to go left on Mercado, right on Staples, right on Williams, that's on Everhart, back to regular route. So I think they're already on that detour. Over.
Hey.
Alright, everybody, there you go.
It's all you.
Shut up. Hello. I guess so.
Yo one.
Hey, yo one. Hello, hello. I guess so.
Yo one.
Well, you got him, you got him, probably 18.
Hey, yo one.
Desktop, it is still a program. The applications are bare bones, settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff is not as smooth as it should be. There are simple forms for opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's...
Hey, yo one.
And I'm...
And the system will now reboot, and once again we're arriving Linux Mint, this time installed on the computer. So I'll just log in.
Of you guys, and if you like this video, then be sure to click the like button to let you know.
There are things that can be on here, some of which I'll return to later in the video, but the critical one is if you have a video graphics card, and on this computer there is a video graphics card, you need to make the driver manager using the right drivers for the video graphics card.
I know what they've done. It is a fantastic down there. It is still a first
and I also want to make sure that offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'll go down here and
all the programs were live to air, so all the stations had listen for North the message because they had stations that would play 5 concerts for 15 minutes. And people who were doing live.
Fat.
You got him, just go out here, they're probably 18.
Can I remove you and route to the remove you and route to the contact 212 contact 212 250 South 13 contact 250 South 13 contact 3
Una strada verso l'alto. Indio ogni parola rivolta. di un invito alla conversazione, parola mai uguale a se stessa, il rinnovamento che il Concilio Vaticano II e che vedremo fiorire solo facciamo
Proton VPN. You all know what a VPN does and why you should probably have one handy.
Police station and get with Jeremy Torino. He got some stuff coming over here from HR. 4 HR from them. Go ahead.
Heaven, give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For yours is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. And today our Pledge of Allegiance, excuse me, to the United States flag and to the Texas state flag will be led by Mariah Garza. She's a 12th grader at Rosina Academy in Georgia.
The JSON has been completed.
The Starlink fleet can be used to aid communications in the event of natural disasters and is less valuable and less undersea cables. This came to light in 2020.
Classified or DoD research
Starlink was quickly able to upload 300 satellites to restore connection for services.
On a nice fall day, you'll notice that the antennas are relatively large. Cars, and my office up near that ball there, which has a large 37-meter antenna in it. So we do a number of things that
Negative fight in progress.
What do you think? So if I set this in here like this, and then it grows, and when I place
Yep. Route 7, heading from New York.
One thing, we feel. Background system 2 for a class Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Not able to
not sure if it's
$60 hertz to 120 hertz, and it doubles the voltage. So what comes out of this part of the circuit is 4,000 volts that goes into the cavity magnetron. Cavity magnetron is basically a vacuum tube, and the way it operates is that there's a thermionic emitter inside of the cavity that, when heated up, causes minerals to release a huge quantity of free electrons in a magnetic field created by a permanent magnet attached to the
which would create a dual boot. And I've got a whole video about dual boot options, which I'll link to in the video description. And here, if we wanted to, we could select erase.
of the desktop, it is still a first draft. The applications are bare-bones, the settings are very bare-bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems with opening and closing apps, not sure if it's
And one more in this frame, what?
Not just security, but that you are.
Oh, it's still dark.
There's something wrong. You didn't read. What was? That. What was it?
It was screaming.
Shattering
So and here we are back on the desktop with a welcome wizard, and there's various things that can be done here, some of which I will do later. The critical one is that if you have a video card, and this computer there is an video.
Very old. Part of it's also being looked at. Johnson brought this up earlier. What is the burn bag for, by the way?
Generally speaking, the intelligence community is utilized.
It'll make you a unique logo. It'll create a custom website. It'll make social posts for you and even set you up with a social media calendar. Get started at GoDaddy.com/Arrow. That's GoDaddy.com/AI.
Short video creation complete.
7046-0121. Okay, I make contact with Miss Elaine at Mr. W.
Give me the 915, I had an entry vehicle.
932.
Yeah, up to 932.
Yeah.
All I need you guys to do is show up. Show your constituents that you care about what they're going through, what it's like to not have a thermostat full, to not have a house that is well built enough to keep you warm. You don't have to be houseless to get help at the free store. I had someone call me a coworker who has a coworker who works for the ferries out of Port A.
At the port in Los Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges that a police office can bring.
Companionship, laughter, and deep devotion. In his final words, he urged us all to chase what thrills us and to love Jesus. Guilt arrived at his place, even likewise. He loved so much.
And I can tell you, I've been in other jurisdictions that I've worked, but this is
setups which has finished successfully.
so if you do the math, with the amount of life insurance.
I don't have a product key, so we'll just take that down there. And I want to install Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure that offline is so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox, and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter.
A long time.
When we've done that, the message
anyone.
Two more questions. Where am I? I am in the UK, that's fine. London is fine for my time zone. I need to create an account. This is a local account, I'm not going online here, this is simply a local account on the computer, so I'll just set this up. Password there is fair, this is only a test system, and we do have an option here to log in automatically, but I'm going to leave things to require a password on log on. So, we'll click on and there we are.
50-year-old female who fell on top of the road triangle. Again, 239.
Copy, call tomorrow, 02 Stanford.
Is in Arial. If we go to the top there, you'll see the font has been substituted because it's not available. And similarly, this is Vidala, and this is Comic Sans, and these aren't installed in Linux. But we can fix it, because if we close this down, I can go to a well, for now, we'll go to a terminal, and I'm going to type sudo apt install mstt core fonts, and enter. It'll ask for my password, which of course I have to.
The one thing I feel, that was all with, I had it in free fall. Yeah.
Starting JSON security scan. Starting JSON security scan.
Thank you very much, I appreciate it.
Starting JSON security scan.
About cards. Want to build and serve it. Alright, I just put the 932 was the draft up better to okay, the 915, I'm the last one. Open calculator. I'll be able to sleep. Open calculator.
Using the CCPD to get categorize all the tips that come in, so that we have it in a format for us to look at. But yes, we've had some tips. None of them have worked out for us yet.
Like do it with better ideas than we did 3 hours ago.
Yes, a little bit better, but we're
Ian first.
Commander, is law enforcement done any building by building?
After 932.
Yeah.
That.
Available, running on 672 for any. Ready to check in from here.
That.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, you should be able to run
Good
on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done. It is a
Roger that. Thank you very much. I appreciate the call.
Thanks for everyone on there. Just go up to the unit or right behind us.
Give out cards. He wants a built-in service.
Yourself off at this unit or right behind him.
I serve my country, and now I carry legally everywhere I go. Here's how. National consent. I serve my country, now I carry legally everywhere I go. So
and this allows you to run the guest operating system like the host of the main operating system. Once you look on the video called, I just have a virtual machine. But just to show you what I've got here, down here I have a copy of Windows 7 Run. This is a test copy of Windows 7, and here I've installed, I think it's on
if you decide to move to Pop OS, if that becomes a problem and if these options become more relevant. But of course, that doesn't mean that if you absolutely need certain features on X11, you can't really use Cosmic or Cosmic because you're not gonna get those features. For me personally, I don't care. I've been using Wayland for, I think, 4 or 5 years now. It just works, so I don't have any problems on my setup. But I know that for other people, this will be a barrier.
imagine phone plan.
JSON has been completed.
With the consultant, yes. Okay. And we met with that consultant and their corporate safety experts. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
To be my own daily drive. But are you a Linux user? And if so, what do you think about the latest version? Do let us all know down in the comments section.
July to September.
To those criminals,
because they are so good having to do with all the things we're talking about today with violent crime.
To talk to you again.
But if anything, I think this Justice Department has been so respectful of the law, because the other Justice Department, with Rita or Lisa and all of that scum, real scum, what they did to the political opponent of a guy that has a seriously low IQ. Now, in
stress test each version of to see what kind of damage humans do. What kind of damage testing? AI made mass destruction. Specifically, we focus on CBR, chemical, nuclear, and right now, can be
713 Big Area, 304 dispatch, 506.
Russian forces did not take Syrian warnings about the possibility of a breach by the organisation seriously. Since the group was defeated, around 46,000 people remain imprisoned. NBC's Richard Engel visited a detention centre earlier this year.
It is full of ISIS fighters.
Unable to send most of them home, officials this year began releasing thousands of lower-level detainees.
Chris Simmons joined. The DA confirming he used a knife to allegedly kill his parents.
System is secure.
Is expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chesky starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
David, 11:38. Medic 13 from Predecessor.
Give me the money!
I'll give you the money! But it's a new deal! 5001, radio tag, and enemy.
Well, you gotta get to everything for the 18.
Live video editor in Sorry, which proves the principle of installing Linux applications from the software. But you try. What about Windows applications? What if you want to run something that's only available for Windows? And OS 16 is as well equipped as any Linux distro to actually do this.
Highway traffic. We went over 29.
And, you know, I think we did learn a lot from the last time we did this. I know that there's some great organizations out there that are trying to help also. So I think the coordination efforts and, you know, last year I know that there was some clothes and some other things that one of the vendors was trying to get and they couldn't get, and it was a little frustrating, but everybody was there.
Silence trimming completed.
I know that it's going to be deep.
Process 3,000 trims.
Thank you.
Okay, Chief White, thank you so much. I appreciate the presentation.
now be okay. So as I said, don't really here we are again.
Yeah. Hello.
I guess so. Hello, one.
Yo, one. Hello. See an individual who did not choose to speak at her. Hello.
I guess so.
Hello, one. Yo, one.
You are weaponizing the lock of this office. Drop your gun. Drop your weapons now. Sniper team, can anyone see Roman? Look for the one.
And boys, I love what they do. It is a fantastic first draft of this one. It's still a first draft. The application is on the set today, and you can clearly see that some stuff is
now we've got
there are some performance problems with opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
chooses, and that could mean that there is likely even more things potentially next year. We're seeing dramatic
So we'll click on OK, and that's our run up on the Mint machine. And you'll notice here, as it comes up, it's showing various messages. You can get rid of these messages by clicking on that there, and once you've done that once, you won't see that message ever again. And here we are back in the Mint. It's still displaying the guest edition to virtual CD, so I think we'll go to devices, drives, and we will remove disk from virtual drive just so it won't appear on our desktop.
The bill validator spinning around and around and not able to give out cards.
All I need you guys to do is show up. Show your constituents that you care about what they're going through, what it's like to not have a fridge that's cold, to not have a house that's well built to keep you warm. You don't have to at the freezer have someone call you a coworker. You have a coworker who works for the ferries and you're working.
It doesn't matter if you wrote the code yourself. You basically just install it. There's solid into the manual.
It's also now based on Ubuntu 24.04 and, as one consequence, now uses rather than Pulse Audio as its default sound server. But sadly, it also means that we're cursed with the new, thinner Ubuntu interface fonts. And indeed,
Sam X-ray Paul 6644. Sam X-ray Paul 6644. They say northbound at the referral trailer. Six 40 here.
643.
10-8, 76, right here, 20.
17-0.
Right now,
we got our thing away.
Season-ending
Rivers got an
okay, it's not fine.
It's a whirlwind of 48 hours.
Settings, and go down to shared folders, and we'll add a shared folder by clicking on the little plus folder icon here, and then all we have to do is to select folder path, over here, share special folder, in Windows we've already got a virtual C drive, so we won't need C drive, we'll go the other way, mounted up and
policy
and one maintains zero
tolerance for such
behavior. And we are en route
for 2-6-3 record with the team ranked 18th in the country. If Poggi will be the interim coach for Michigan's bowl game on December 31st.
Get rid of that and click on next, and finally click on install. And virtual box is now installed.
$10.44.
I'm sending you to give it a nice people even when that was no one had entry vehicles. 933.
When we come inside our base, we show our job fighter pilots who operate
the keyboard, but I think we'll go for that USB 5. There we are. We'll click on OK. Machine.
December, we have been all over this.
I'm going to apply
very much be a different makeup at the Fed depending on who the president chooses, and that could be likely even more
Yeah. Hello. You did
Kilo 1.
The next one will be, California.
Hello?
Frank?
I guess so.
Kilo 1.
Kilo 1. Hello?
Frank?
Hello?
Frank?
I guess so.
Kilo 1.
Kilo 1.
Shutting down your computer is no longer simple, because Windows insists on installing first. I'm sure your boss will understand when your Windows PC randomly shuts down in the middle of, say, an important meeting, or just before a deadline with your work saved, or just for a minutes booting back up.
Let me tell you something. What's that evidence you got? You know why? Huh? Because they're not going to make it out of here alive, motherfucker! Stand down. Move your ass Boss? Yeah. Hey, it's me.
This will just be the contract.
That's all we now move on to set it up to share.
Just go to the ground, hold on to your arm, and the wall just so you can pull out in the other direction.
I'm sorry, Councilman McGoy.
This will just be the contract.
Whether or not we should have strong whether or not we should have safe communities, whether or not we should have places to worship our own God and not worry about being shot, whether or not we live in communities and cities that are overwhelmed by drugs and crime, whether or not we have two genders, and whether or not we have common sense in our policies and our values. If you would have believed me,
Bottom center, please. Look ready.
Sometimes it's really fucking hard to help, especially when people get yelled at. You know, I'm gonna go along with it. Like you try to make them learn, see what they want, like fucking one, and then throw it in. But
Minus 125 1211 13115.
I've been dealing with.
Here we are. We're going to get paper live in a minute.
your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one, to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in.
primaries are going down.
Thank you for doing that.
A lot of what you cover earlier was blind.
Thank you for doing that, and you know, it's perhaps the hardest thing for a bureaucrat to do is to get out around them that support them, and I appreciate your willingness to do it.
A lot of what you covered earlier was the find, the discovery, and then the calling it done by the DOJ. I want to talk a little bit.
You hearing things out there? What? Huh? What's that? What's that you say? The migraine here? Huh?
Bill Gates saw the boom in home computers, but his genius was not to build them, but to write the software. Microsoft is the second most valuable company in the world and is worth around $2 trillion.
Councilwoman Corpus.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that the message does get out that, like you said, we don't, we have the official when we, as a city, become a speech center. Also, we've heard here that, you know, it's cold, like for me, 40, 50, it's cold for me, right? But also, too, I think we need to do a better job.
I don't answer if there's video inside that building that just fix them.
Location, so you need more than, you need all the, you really need title in this city.
Your administration had advocated for absolute immunity for the ICE officer who shot Renee Good. How do you define absolute immunity? What does that mean?
I'm going to say that a woman.
Charles, 842. Six 42 tower check. 4244.
All four we will. Looked really good. He had a one miss, but then they adjusted it.
Well, you got any years to go higher, probably 18.
Really had one miss, but then they adjusted it. To target number 2. Having the sunlight helped them do that very accurately. So we move on now to target number 2. Looks like he's a little low. He told me correct by 2 minutes. Looks like he's a little low. Off to the left. So hopefully they can me correct by 2 minutes.
Charlie, 42 club, copy, Paul Lincoln Mile 024. Temple, 1 mile, starting over there.
Times before the building, because I'd love your office.
Okay, seeing if there are no questions, I'd like to entertain a motion. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Opposed?
Mr. Nueces? And that's versus A and B.
Yes, just real
In terms of technology changes, Linux 22 uses Linux model 6.8. And this means that Linux Mint 22 has better driver support for modern hardware than at the initial. It's also now based on Ubuntu 24.04 and, as one consequence, now uses Pipewire rather than Pulse Audio.
But sadly, it also means that we're cursed with a new thinner Ubuntu interface. And indeed,
But you view India as
with two suspicious vehicles, having a vehicle.
Proton VP.
There you
President Trump.
Yeah. Alright.
I was just calling to about getting that stuff cleaned off our parking lot.
Yeah, code enforcement came today. They put in for a dumpster, they didn't show up, and I hurt my back last week, so I told her, so I gotta get the chainsaw running, but I was out there with the saws all cutting up. I'm waiting for him to bring something to haul.
Some signal for police 600 Castle Park.
Danny. Chris is on his way up.
Running at station 72.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. To conclude on Cosmic and Corpus, I love the bacon.
This one, actually the second one was even better, but the third one, this one was too big to rig. It's just too big to rig. They would have rigged, they tried to rig it.
They were different. The reading is more accurate. That the data can be used to compute a heading. So there's not even a need to triangulate the exact heading. No, triangulation in Cosmic just means
he wanted
and his lanes all the way to CCPD, all the way to the frontage road.
I want it.
you view India as
with two suspicious vehicles, having a vehicle.
Proton VPN. You all know what a VPN does and why you should probably have one handy. Have a very basic text editor. It doesn't do much. It does have some Git management features if you need that, but I think most people will just use another text editor.
And we can find here Fonts Ubuntu Classic, which is the old version of the
It's a very simple one,
so
but has the merit of existing and letting you edit a
there
few
we
files
go, that
on the
looks
fly
painless.
having to
And
install
the next thing we want to do is to restart, because as you'll see when I click the menu here, things have gone a little bit loopy because we've just changed the font. So let's just do a restart. And here we are back again, and all the PC things are looking correct.
Location C10-20.
Some critics argue that strict free software only stance limits its usability, especially for gaming, creative tools, or proprietary apps. So many users expect things like Steam, NVIDIA drivers, or music video codecs to work out of the box, but Puros intentionally avoid such components. Some users falsely assume Puros is broken or incomplete.
There are amazing people, and I wish we could list everybody's names and how they participate in it, and I'll say, Jason and I were talking about it.
Location, what's your 10-20?
Did we have complaints from the people that used it? We didn't. We had thank yous, right? We had heartfelt thank yous. And I would say, I wouldn't even say it's a became. The thing that we had from the individuals working there was, here's how we could make it better. You know, maybe some early notifications for them so they could set up because of whatever shift they were going to work. We had a lot of
everybody, you know, I wanted unanimous for the Republican Party. I got every single vote, something that never happens. I beat it.
Every administration.
But think of it, they want to put my son in jail for something that they made up. So they know they made it up. And they say he will serve
Location, what's your 10-20?
In prison. These are some bad people. And don't tell me about us going after them. If anything, we've been very, very soft. I would be that soft. Thank you.
Location, what's your 10-20?
I also want to make sure that offline when we do this, it's not
Is that person being molested? Do you think there could actually be an 11th hour deal here?
We print must-have merch, like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a few or a few thousand, we run on a sheet so that customers can go from noticing your brand to falling in love. Right now, the customers get 90% off with you'll have 20 new bags. If you need it, we print it. Print everything you need to get your brand and great fans. Even banners and signs that help you.
Proton VPN. Oh, what a VPN dog.
Because what's happening is the drug cartels are literally flying overhead.
The Windows XP machine. Let's just take a copy of that.
And your testimony proves that the Biden administration did not lack resources to address drug and violent crimes in tribal communities or around the United States. Suspended
Can now hook up this machine. And there we are.
Hello.
Jason has
there, that's about 3% of total federal budget. That's not nothing. That's a lot of money.
You can see
that remind you that for users and others associated agents employed by those who were not backed up in the facts. We haven't been able to go through that number yet. In all, we also just got the numbers from those that they say 300,000 workers and the government. Most of that is people that we were just
If they do that, we know that I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it would be met with very, very powerful force. Don't you think so? CNN, don't you think so? Wouldn't you say that they probably do it this way? And they're going through it for years. Temple, I'm really one Jimmy, and we're out to a better area hospital. 644. We've never done anything so effectively. We've had a lot of victories. They've spent night and day enduring and bitter cold, and they've given up
their holidays and their weekends, working with the officers of Customs and Border Protection. Our armed forces have already conducted nearly 13,000 patrols along the border. We've never had these great orders and recognition that they have earned. They've spent night and day enduring, switching hot and bitter cold, giving up their holidays and their weekends, working with the officers of Customs and Border Protection. Since the group was our armed forces have already conducted nearly 13,000 patrols. Officials this year are releasing thousands. I got a video of this. Chris Simmons.
Currently on passing over 50. 37 is stream off line. Okay, I'll see if I can do anything with that. You got the date today? Yeah. It should work.
Came out, you smell the popcorn, but they smell it, they're into the stove. You watch it.
There you go.
Try them on. Oh God, I think she said that.
There you go.
Hello?
We're 1 and 8 from building 8.
Another strategy many privacy advocates have tried is to use, small reflective stickers that are placed on your clothing. But in Dr. Padfield's studies, not only did it not work, it just completely failed, so it completely debunked that as a possible theory. Which brings us now to the actual technology and strategies that do work. To truly block facial recognition, you have to flood or block. There you go. One effective option is to wear infrared blocking glasses. In fact, in Dr. Another strategy privacy advocates have tried is to use, small reflective stickers that are placed on your clothing. But in Dr. Padfield's studies, not only did it not work, it just completely failed, so it completely debunked that. It brings us now to technology strategies and to truly block facial recognition comes out this flood or block is the infrared. One effective option is to wear infrared blocking glasses.
Vacuum tube and the way it operates is that there's a thermionic emitter inside of the cavity that, when heated up, causes minerals to release a huge quantity of free electrons in a magnetic field created by a permanent magnet.
Martinez out of Houston, eligible, no 29.
Full spectrum analysis engaged. Full spectrum analysis engaged.
938 customer radio check.
Raging all over the world with the terrorists. Other than Russia, we have no war zones. And we made a lot of good claims. our country would suffer.
I don't have product keys and we want to install Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this.
For today.
All you need to do is show up. Show your constituents that you care about what they're going through, what it's like to not have a fridge that's full, to not have a house that is well built enough to keep you warm. You don't have to be houseless to get help at the free store. I had someone call me, a coworker who has a coworker who works for the ferries out in Port A.
And the A19 Pro wasn't the only new chip Apple unveiled.
Introducing N1, our Apple-designed chip, which enables the latest wireless networking technologies.
Its first in-house wireless and Bluetooth chip for all your iPhone, and a updated Apple modem for iPhone Air, nudging out Broadcom and Qualcomm.
User interface, although there is an optimization, because at the end of the install, the files required for languages other than English and any other that's selected will be deleted to save drive space. And there we are, the installation has completed, so we just need to restart now, and then remove our installation media and press enter.
$16.41.
The bill validator spinning around and around and not able to give out cards once the bill's inserted.
Hi, I just put the 932 with the duck dollar bill. Also, that's the one that that's why I got confused.
And the 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
Radio check. That was there, 1002.
I knew right away it had to be the cutting board. When I got home, I checked it. It looked clean, but deep in the grooves there were bits of old food. I smelled it and nearly gagged. That same raw chicken smell. I always cleaned it well, hot water, soap, even bleach. But I found out wood cutting boards absorb juices like a sponge, trapping bacteria like E. coli and salmonella deep inside, where bleach can't even reach. I felt sick. I threw it out on the side. Thankfully,
We find a number of packages available which we need to install.
Say dispatch radio mode bullshit.
The first of these is the base package, so let's just install this. This gives us the basis of a virtual box. Of course I need to enter my password.
Please complete my call at 4002.
There we are, that's now installed. So we go back. The next going to install VirtualBox Guest Edition ISO, which will use the performance of our virtual machine, released by omitting it to run full screen and allowing a share.
Your JSON has been completed.
The host key don't use that to be so I'm going to start to not see that and there we are.
It's time for the So you have that hidden target form qualifies his refinement. Ask him any secrets on how you do. So you have that hidden target form qualifies his refinement. Ask him.
This is something that we worked on. We worked on it. It's really.
Not once, not twice. I'm still counting 3, 4 times. We get mad. So we're going to work on it. So this man is not working on it.
I think he won't get mad, but I think he'll be very disappointed. He tends to be
negative light in progress.
You all know what a VPN does and why you should probably have one handy. Make sure that
Plug.
Let me know when you're ready. Let me know when you're ready.
You're calling?
131 idea property.
For off property.
Starting JSON security scan.
634, 1042.
634.
Current time.
Some American.
Warren at 10-8, you out.
Proton VPN.
Hello.
You know what a VPN does and why you should probably have one handy.
Just run through like a normal Windows install process. And there we are, it is installed.
Well, he's not going to
is currently reading at this time.
And I said to them,
This is a sign that stumbling over the word articulate is objectively
you can see the driver clearly down there. And if you now do a list of let's click these let's do LSPLP again, and at this time you can see that we've got SDP, which is our USB drive. You can see the map one, which is PCPD 8.19, which of course the name we can see on the drive down there. And so we could change that by simply entering
a recent kernel, recent driver, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any first draft to a desktop environment. It is very much a first draft in a lot of areas. So we're going to talk about everything that Cosmic offers, what I think about it, and also what I think about Pop! OS 24.04, which is the main vessel to use Cosmic, although it is also on other distros. And we'll also talk about our sponsor. This video is sponsored by Proton VPN. You all know what a VPN does and why you should probably have one handy, if only to just watch stuff that is not available.
Is not exactly what I was asking for. I don't see any birds. Honestly, that's not that bad. I would say the quality on that is surprisingly good for open source. It took a long time, but at least the quality of the output wasn't that long. I mean, if you're dealing with video, that's really well done.
It's already sold over 1 million units, and it's been praised by personal finance and tech reviews. As the word spreads, major internet providers are trying to keep this device in their hands. It's been blocked from retail stores, forcing it to be sold exclusively online. Now they're trying to take that away too, and it looks like they might succeed. But here's the good news. The creators are organizing a massive, one-of-a-kind 70% sale on Ryoko to establish itself as the new industry standard. This has sent demand through the roof. Click the link below to already sold over 1 million units. Already sold over 1 million units. Personal finance and trade personal finance and tech spread blockers. Major internet providers are trying to keep this device out of retail stores. It's been blocked in retail stores, forcing it to be sold. Now they're trying to take that away. Now they're trying to take that away. And make sure you are in compliance with the convention policies before you enter That's the point, and certainly are going to get into a situation eventually where you might have to clear launch files, especially if your storage volumes start to become full. But here's the good news. The creators are organizing a massive, one-of-a-kind 70% sale. There's our video. I hope you enjoyed today's episode of the Nicky Josh Goes Here. I had a ton of fun producing it for you guys. And if you like this video, then be sure to click the like button, let YouTube know.
Truck apparently carrying propane and gasoline exploded. They say it appears to be an accident and no threat to the public.
It's simple due to GNOME's design. The interface is clean with flat icons. Since pure knowledge, the desktop never feels OBS. Even the system settings are simplified. You can use privacy options are visible and easy to manage. Pure Browser integrates privacy tools like DuckDuckGo, Tor settings, obligation like tracking blockers by default. This means that the moment you open Puros, you're browsing your internet safely without needing. People want
Introducing which enables the latest wireless networking technologies.
The first in-house wireless and Bluetooth chip for all new iPhones, and an updated remote for iPhone Air, nudging out Broadcom and
JSON has been completed.
The DA confirming he used a knife to allegedly kill his parents. Nick Weimer was expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chesney starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
Tomahawks on top of him, and that was totally, CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't as bad as, as Trump said, because I said obliterated. Obliterated is not strong enough word, actually. And you saw the Atomic Energy Commission come out and said, the word obliteration is very the word. Think of it. They came in under potential fire. They entered Iran airspace late at night, in the dark, no movement.
Scan complete. System is secure. Scan complete. System is secure.
The Firefox has opened with an install Windows application. And the first time you do this, you'll get a message asking you to install Windows Access Support, which for me didn't work. So I actually went back to the manual install of Windows Access Support, and then I click here to install the Windows. The Windows runs as a vaccine. Yes, we know what happens. Very exciting.
Detail. So it'll take a good amount of time to have this happen. 37 minutes and 18 seconds. This is definitely way better than the quality that he's got. So it'll take a good amount of time to have this happen. 37 minutes and 18 seconds. And this is way
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Corpus, I love what they've got. It is a
individual who are getting off the unit to speed at her. Individual who are getting off the unit to speed at her. Individual who are getting off the unit to speed at her.
of the desktop, it is still a first draft. The applications are variables, the settings are very variables, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps, not sure if it's...
Alright, big schedule. We're not going to talk about here's the three takeaways from this schedule here. First of all, this is just
an individual, please.
We've been working from day one with Peter, Nick, and Brent, hand in hand with everyone. We meet at least once a week, if not more, to make sure that we're on track and moving forward the way that the city would like to.
The DA confirming he used a knife to allegedly kill his parents. Nick Ryan was expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chesky starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
These are some of the serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
This is the second one. Yeah, this distance, man. You get there, man, so you just gotta... Oh, not fast enough. Always shooting this is the second point. Yeah, this distance, man. So you have that in your target four, which qualifies as a advisor. Yes, we don't. So you have that in your target four, which qualifies as a advisor. Yes, we
$2 bill also that's the one that
Yeah.
So, and check that out, as I connected to this computer over SSH, you can see immediately that there's new information written to the log file. Now to make this even more interesting. In this case, I enabled password authentication over SSH, which is something that you probably should never do, but I wanted to show you as an example. I'm going to set to not screen that message again, and we'll switch to full screen. And oh look, Windows is not full screen. And the reason for this is we don't currently have VirtualBox Get Edition installed here in Windows 10. So we're going to go down to the bottom of the screen here. We have a menu box, and we're going to select Devices, where there's an option to insert Guest Edition's CD image. So I'll enter on that. And hopefully that's now inserted in Windows.
VistaPrint for business cards. But did you know we print everything you need to get your brand of fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get you talking. Like toys, t-shirts, and envelopes. Whether you want to view or
select a video call, there's an option to insert Guest Edition's CD image. So I'll show you what I've got on here. Down here I've got a copy of Windows 7 running. This is a test copy of Windows 7, and here I've installed, I think we can see Guest Edition has been installed. Let's open up that CD.
Let's first of all open up the file manager. I do like the file manager here, and I've got sitting in there. So we'll click on here. Now we'll basis and now go further. I don't want to think that I do want to have this so we'll get rid of that and click on next. And finally click on install.
Operating system inside the host of your main operating system. We're going to put a video called How to Take a Virtual Machine that takes you through this. But just to show you what I've got going on here, down here I've got a copy of Windows 7 running. This is a test copy of Windows 7, and here I've installed, I think it's Office XP, earlier.
Charlie 42 copy, volume 0284.
10-4. 1 mile, setting over 9.
Listen again, Republican President Trump. Understand again, Republican President Trump. Understand again, no Republican understand no
People used to using current versions of Windows, and if you want to configure it, there's lots of really good settings available. Not only do we have the normal settings, but we have the Zorin Appearance tab. If we bring that up, you see layouts available.
And that
first layout is a diagram Windows like here. You've also got Windows Listen.
His regeneration feedback circuit. Basically, you're taking a little bit of the output of an amplifier and you're feeding it back to the input. And if you keep doing that, the amplification keeps going over and over, and you can get, you know, an amplification factor of 1,000,000 rather.
Answer as many questions as possible. Good ideas for future. It also gives me some good ideas. Best thing you can do for our channel, like the best thing you can do for our channel, material that we cover by subscribing. As we grow, subscribing, YouTube will distribute our audio to a wider audience. Distribute our
My sister just texted me saying she saw this going viral on TikTok yesterday. The company confirmed they're honoring the 60% discount for this weekend only, but with only 387 units left, they'll be gone in hours. Order now before it's too late. As a bank manager, I'm telling you, these thieves especially target seniors. Don't become another victim of exploitation. Protect yourself and your family today.
In terms of all kinds of the CCPD out there, which does what you expect, and then he values of free speech and liberty and perspective of individuals. So this executive order, I believe, is tremendously important.
Well, where is she?
folks are dying in my street, and I'm sounding the alarm. Watch this.
Individuals working on units being at her.
And I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. We can fix this by going backwards. And
well, I'll be sure to call code enforcement, motherfucker. Oh, and by the way, no trespassing. It's your fucking warning. I got a video of this, you dickhead.
Alright, I just could see 932 was the stuck dollar bill. Also, that's the one that kind of. That's why I got confused.
And nice.
China, America, India.
Use suspicious vehicle.
Proton VPN.
Hello,
You all know
DA
what a
confirmed
VPN
he used
does.
another whistle to his parents. He has not yet been medically cleared by the jail, and we have little point to know his complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chesky starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
Hello. These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
Hey friends, welcome to the YouTube channel All About Electronics. So in this video and in the next couple of videos, we will learn about the different kinds of codes. First, let us
starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
Now we can find here which is the operation of the operation stool. That's here, there we go, that's the page, which is the old version is to restart operation stool. As you'll see when I click the menu here, things have gone a little bit. There we go, that's just painless, change the font. So let's do is to start, because as you'll see when I click the menu here, things have gone a little bit. We're back again, just to change the font. So already I can see things are not correct, although they weren't. And here we are back again, and already I can see things are correct, although they won't
also dried out that poop that spider pollen. It hardens the the only acid. And all the black coffee, all the cream have all the sugar, testify, relaxes, all that stuff. All the lactose in it. Now Paul,
over time, and participate in this. You should be sticking and not putting it also put paper stuff as well. So I want to make sure that we are, thinking about the whole thing thoroughly and not putting people in that spot.
Serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
All right.
will be created in a folder called in my home folder. And I'm just showing this in case you want to change it before you start setting up virtual machines. But assuming you're happy with the default, here we will click on OK and VirtualBox is ready to go. Shall we create the default
Boost out user feedback said people didn't want that print, so you can actually decide. We've got the father
If you do 2004, 2004 Psyche Drive, 2804 Psyche, 3.826% safe, 627.
X-ray King David 3577, X-ray King David.
At the time of the
Inmate from South Station.
To me. I gotta say, I love how her gut-clearing morning ritual helps your body naturally release stuck poop. You do it, and it softens and loosens the hardened poop blocking your colon, so your body can easily and comfortably release all that backed up toxic waste. And here's my favorite part. This technique helps your body process waste more efficiently going forward, which means you don't have to live in fear of constipation anymore. And no, you absolutely do not have to give up your favorite food.
Carcinoma and squamous cell carcinoma in 2020. And whereas non-melanoma skin cancer is the most common type of cancer in the U.S., and whereas non-melanoma skin cancer
Okay, so let's also go on the Voxel installer. This CCPD. Okay.
Sitting around and not able to give out cards once the bill's inserted.
One of TI's competitors is using a foundry, let's say, and the foundry probably is in Taiwan. That chip is going to be more expensive than the same chip that TI will make because TI is making it in the U.S.
But despite its name and about 75% of CapEx in the U.S., Texas Instruments is not only making chips domestically, it also makes chips at 4 fabs abroad, in Germany, Japan, and China, and does testing and assembly in Mexico, Taiwan, the Philippines, and Malaysia, where it's spending
Login. And here we are back on my desktop with a welcome wizard, and there's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later. So you Ubuntu interface fonts, and indeed
Hello. I guess so.
No one.
Yo, one. Here's Joe back at the courthouse. Hello.
Give it a nice 50, that was all it. No one had an entry form.
No one.
His fiancée calling speaking at that address.
I don't have a proper key, so we'll just
She's not answering. He did make locations over the homeowner in Georgia.
Fighter pilots good with Don Ham and Bad Ben. How about for under Christmas tree? Tonight we salute our fighter pilots and the workers.
And try investigating.
Change anything. We've been doing it all these years. They're the one that's asking for change. We're here to change. We've been there since before it was even incorporated.
We appreciate it, and we'll get you fixed up.
We had to stick with
Cutting down materials easier than ever, eliminating the need for scissors or box cutters. My husband is
Buy your first trip glasses and get a second free. So you can get the ones that let you shift gears and find your destination. Talk about go event at your local store today. iMart Express. Get glasses, go see.
Back out of there. Was it should be on the Navino, correct? Yeah, correct. It is on it. Just open up the mic. And we're going to take 10 from the yard. Yeah. $649.
$649.
Show me for one, give out the rest.
Transport to
in China, you view India as
suspicious vehicles having vehicle.
Proton VPN. Hello. You all know what a VPN does and what it does. We have one ending.
Hello? Yeah.
I guess
And this is all steered by electronic phasing. You can do this.
Fighter pilots for Robert Redford, for John
In Europe, we have another geophasing radar that's about that size.
Christmas this December, we have been all over this country, and one idea of you flying high. Tonight, 14 years and counting. Made it America Christmas. Opening doors, shaking hands, and hoping you.
Just click the link in the description or go to buyraycon.com/coldfusionopen to save up to 20% off during this holiday season. Order by December 15th to guarantee delivery by Christmas, because great gifts like these earbuds shouldn't show up late. That's buyraycon.com/coldfusionopen. The links are below in the description. Thanks for
what Epstein's bodyguard warned about his CIA connections. Third document, Fox Digital, titled Epstein's private calendar reveals claimed meetings with Obama and CIA chief. And the last document, Wall Street Journal article, highlights Ehud Barak's 36 meetings with Jeffrey Epstein. He was the former Prime Minister of Israel and head.
$647.
647.
641, come out and res SPD for 95 pickup.
47.
There you go. It's all yours. There you go.
$649 the rest county jail.
649, huh?
Challenges with, and we're asking them to spend overtime and participate in this, and also put money in their pocket for stuff as well. So I want to make sure that we are, thinking about the whole thing thoroughly and not putting people in bad
system is secure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Drum machine and coded Hayden Light video editor, going down the Autodesk OBS Studio, and
You got to use go out here, probably 18.
Individual. Individual. 127 on 353.
And we set that back. Now is the time to come forward for peace, but we, I think what one of the takeaways from this as well is the unprecedented level of ongoing cooperation. I can't speak highly of and his staff and General Gorilla in CENTCOM, what they've done to look around the corner, to pre-position, to understand how an operation like this the scope and scale of what occurs
back, you get it out again. You don't have to think about size or number of records or number of fields or anything like that unless it's really germane to your program.
Route 710 verified clear.
And we try the Shelbys. What do you think? They both look good on Here's Elsman. And what about saluting our fighter pilots this Christmas? I want to see the gear the fighter pilots are wearing. This is what they wear up there, flying this fighter test. Oh God. I'll leave them.
Okay, mitigate for a fall. OZ 8011, 5037 Cambridge, 1537 Cambridge. Go ahead and work on.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah, sure.
You can use that word.
And I said to them,
amateur with an EHF radio to tune them in. And so this guy, Roy Welch from Dallas, put an antenna up and pointed where the satellite was. And on February 11th, 1958, let's see if this works.
It does not.
In any case, it just sounds like that warbling sound you heard when I tuned in.
We do not have anything in place. We need to fix that because we're putting the city in the ability to allow, I don't know.
We do have safety measures in place, and we have many resources on our internet that we have access to.
I don't have product to say, you know, listen, it's just kind of
they're building their own electric because we have an overarching and we're dominating with AI, which seems to be the new that's the new internet, that's the new whatever. So we're
thank you.
Roger that. Thank you very much. I appreciate the call.
Sitting around and not able to give out cards.
And here we have VirtualBox. But we're not quite finished yet, because you might remember back in the midst of it, I bought one of the words a few years ago and downloaded the VirtualBox extension. So let's have this in. I'm going to file into Tools and Extension Pack Manager, like that, and we will install by picking up the extension pack. There it is, open, and it checks the files, of course. Yes, I do.
We got 49
Okay, and then 915,
I can buy out at least
One thing that we all share as humans is that social life and social contact is incredibly important for one another.
Make sure that his fingers that another speak from very
the in-house engineering depth and the city of resources. And section 2 is important because it allows your engineering and consulting teams to assist participating cities with well reviews, with supply planning, and other water and wastewater projects. That expertise can really make a difference for cities like us. Those are exactly the kind of efforts that and investments that we made to stand on our own feet and Alice and move us in the direction that we're connected.
Right now, we got to string the label.
It's been a whirlwind of 48 hours, I'll say. Each moment that goes by, I feel more confident.
When Rivers first joined the NFL in 2004, Patrick Mahomes had just turned 9. Friends had just aired its finale, and Mark Zuckerberg launched an online experiment called Facebook.
Shut down your computer is no longer simple because Windows insists on doing first.
Bad guy, and had somebody in Lisa, who was his puppet, worked in the office, really as a top person, and I think that looked at very strong. Tremendous technology. We don't have fair elections in this country. All right, and I've said it from the beginning. We need also
everything that matters inside your company with fabricate the link down here. Copy of Windows 7 running. This is a test copy of Windows 7 and it'll ask for my card installed. I have, I think, Office XP. Early
Consider that and moving forward. The price now. Now at Whataburger, you can get the Big Ranch Wrap for $3, 5 premium added chicken bites for $4. For a little more. Now that's a
che tocchiamo la carne sofferente degli altri. Aspetta che rinunciamo.
Right.
I don't have a product key, so we'll just take that down there. And I want to install Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure that offline I do this so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down to the 1940s. I'm going to all the programs were live air. So all the stations and the orchestra stations will play a classical concert for 15 minutes, for example.
I guess so. Alice Jackson will be on the we're taking it on because it was just canceled. 30 days, not canceled. She needs to get picked up by Robbie. Thank you.
Yeah, don't have room taxes. She's been taken already. She's gone.
If I ask you a few more questions, where am I? I am in the UK, that's fine. London is fine for my time zone. I need to create an account, which is a local account. I'm not going online here, which is simply a local account on the computer, so I'll just set this up. The password is there, the test system, and then thank you very much for login automatically.
I want to see Corpus Christi alert to general aviation. Alert to general aviation. 28.
I don't have a private key, so we'll just take that down there. And I want to install Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox, and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message, because a virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going backwards.
Flex 1. Flex 2. Flex 2. Flex 2. Flex 3. Flex 3. Flex 3.
Starting JSON security scan.
Flex 3. Flex 3.
This concludes the collection as far as the code test providing point. Not physically moving.
Program is to install the machine. And here I've installed the box, which is down here. And this allows you to log in against the operating system inside the host and name operating system.
Off if a contract we're on track and we're moving forward the way that the city would like to.
Hello.
Location 10-20.
Open calculator.
They don't stop. Cyber threats, ransomware attacks, those harming our children are not. With nearly a 20% increase in indictments and arrests in 7 months alone.
Sword, Zoom, whatever.
Going after
the settings are extremely basic in there. You do have file search built in as well, and a bunch of menus, which is how Cosmic does the menu. Basically, the bar in there. I like the look, fine. It doesn't have those that feel themselves.
Hamstick, paragraphs, flippers, heroes, and such. And that's more than that is bullshitting. I figured I'd get back to work, start the program again.
System core initialized. Total vector control online. Engaging OP25 trunking. Initializing RT.
I had an entry block.
Well, 13,
because Windows insists on installing updates first.
The boss will understand when your Windows PC randomly shuts down in the middle of, say, an important meeting, or just before a deadline when it's unsaved. This will spend, if you're lucky, minutes booting back up while it does. Whichever option was closest to.
All of which have different desktops. And here the most popular is the Cinnamon Edition, which is the one we'll mainly focus on in this video. So let's click on Download, and if we go down this page we find loads and loads of mirror sites that actually provide access to the asset file. I'm in the UK, so I'm going all the way down to the UK. There we are, and I'm going to download from the University of Kent service. So I'll click to save the file, which is 2.7.
Alright, I just got the 932. Also, that's the one that I'm kind of. That's why I got confused.
Okay, and then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
Woman Barn, forgot you hit the button, didn't you? I just want to thank you for the presentation. I have good lessons to learn from the last time. Sounds to me like you've got a really good plan and all.
For the release early next year, place from so this will no longer be a problem. I don't think it really is one currently. Things start out with flat packs and just wait for the update. From Cosmic Circle, you already have a recent kernel, recent drivers. You should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Corpus.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I only have one question. Either unfortunately, security nowadays is what do you call that? You have to walk like a metal detector that's set up so that people are coming through there, you know, because a lot of them have their own personal goods and things of that nature. There could be.
I have you 10-6, throws X up for maintenance.
Okay, I was going to wait on the report. Give me just a second to change that. Hey, you can go.
Scan complete. System is secure.
Hello.
Hello? Hello?
She said it all looked good here, though.
Well, that's good, but now it's all on my property.
Well, she ain't gonna fine you for it. I explained it to her.
How about by the end of the week, it's also good. And then if not, can you just pay somebody to do it?
No, I'm broke after all this. So the asshole that called about the tree and all that back there is the problem. About the tree and all that back there is the problem. Well, you said out here, which
and then we'll just type it in and explain it. We'll put in back again to the home directory and pictures, I can spell it, and also what. And what that's going to do
I just know stranding this school bus in Minnesota, back in Washington, 17 rivers, flooding.
It's like somebody just magically went back there to the tree.
How does that work? Can I post it to them?
Create some American jobs.
and work the 64-bit version of Guest Edition. That, yes, we want to install it. We just run through like a normal Windows install process. There we are, is installed. We have to
Okay, because I think back there, but you want me to go up there? Wait. Myra?
Yeah, wait there with Myra. The one up there, they really buy some load out of that C&D up on top, so we're up in the middle right now, so now we got another operator.
10-4. Full street station and get with Jeremy so he's got some fuckers coming over here from HR. 4 HR from them.
That.
274001.
Hello? Hello?
I guess so.
Kilo 1.
Hey, yo, one. Hello?
I guess so.
Kilo 1.
Hello? Hey, yo, one.
Stop him! Put it down! You must jeopardize
Medicate protocol, ESV 8011, 53 with train rate for the 537 Bridge. Moving number 12.
Traffic. Victor Jackson, New York, construction area. Henry Extra Boy 9884. Henry Extra Boy 9884.
The DA confirming he used a knife to allegedly kill his parents. Nick Runner was expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship.
If you find here, points of boot, you see when I click menu here, because we just change the font size, just do a start to get rid of the material, right? And here we are back again, and already I can see things are looking correct, although
Going into 100 block of is William X-ray Robert 27, William X-ray Robert 2797.
What's your 10-20?
Open calculator. I'll be at the sleep and see inside on the traffic stop. Open calculator.
find a number of packages available, of which we need to install.
Fake dispatch radio code bullshit.
The first of these is the base package, so that's just installed. That's the basis of the box. Of course, I need to enter my password. There we are, that's installed. So we go back. We're next going to install VirtualBox Best Editions ISO to improve the performance of our virtual machine, not least by permitting it to run full screen and allowing a share.
So the default you probably know this but did you know we print everything you need to get your brand of we print bands and signs and things that get you to top tote bags, t-shirts, and water. Whether you want a few or a few thousand, everything so the customers know your brand is all you want. Right now,
System, as I've detailed in
Welcome back to my channel. Back with the video, and this video is going to be an implementation of MC Catcher using SCR, software-defined radio. Welcome back to my channel. Basically, what you can see is our mobile subscriber identity. Based on this MC radio, you can actually track their mobile location and things like that. And also, you can distribution and the kind of limits and log using
that is NVIDIA graphics card. We need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card.
that they found a car linked to the killed gunman, which does appear to contain improvised explosive devices. Now, the bomb squad there in Sydney is probing that vehicle. They are looking for more clues. They are looking for more details about the motives. And really, a is now underway, but we can already say at this point that this is one of the worst massacres in Australia. It's terrifying.
Okay. Alright. 2401 is gonna be 10-7. One measure. So I'm saying we go. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
Not able to give out cards. He wants to build insurance.
22-7, I'm pulling level.
I just received 932 was
Okay, and then 915, I'm in my house.
A41 working automated.
That's going, huh? Well, I'll be sure and call code enforcement, motherfucker.
637.
Oh, and by the way, no trespassing. You're fucking warned. I got a video of this, dickhead.
Proton VPN.
Hello?
You all know what a VPN does and what you should probably have
Commander of the Southern
Wireless guide was radiation. Talking in later on radio astronomy is the son of this fellow Rogers, who was Fallon's chief engineer in Iowa. So another good reason to come see us talk. You can also determine what happens in the ionosphere, for example.
And we can find here fonts Ubuntu Classic, which is the old version of the Ubuntu fonts. So let's install that. There we go, that was painless. The next thing we want to do is to restart, because as you'll see when I click the menu here, things have gone a little bit loopy because we've just changed the font. So let's just do restart. And here we are back again, and already I can see things are looking correct, although they won't. And we can find here fonts Ubuntu Classic, which is the old version of the Ubuntu fonts. So let's install that. There we go, that was painless. And the next thing we want to do is to restart, because as you'll see when I click the menu here, things have gone a little bit loopy because we've just changed the font. So what do you want to do that? Restart? Yes. And here we are back again, and already correct.
Falling in love. Radiation customers can get 20% off with code U20. Because if you need it, we print it. You probably know this as a business card, but did you know we print everything you need to make your brand new business? We print fantasy signs to help.
Let me know what you think and what I missed in the comments. What I
just before we do which is the old version of Windows, so let's install Windows online. There we go, that's painless, and the next thing we want to do is to restart, because as you'll see with the menu here, things have gone a little bit loopy because we've changed the font, so let's just do a restart. Here in Zorin OS, as in any other, I can see things are looking correct, although they won't.
Installed it. Every packet of data on your phone.
There we go. And nothing looks different, but now we get this installed. Right click down here.
And in some cases, even the mask itself. It was full spectrum traffic surveillance, and Christi would use it to spy on competitors, especially.
And we can find here fonts Ubuntu Classic, which is the old version of the Ubuntu fonts. So let's install that. There we go, that was painless. And the next thing we want to do is to restart, because as you'll see when I click the menu here, things are a little bit loopy because we can find here the font, so let's just do that, which is the old version of the Ubuntu fonts. So let's install that, and here we are back again, and there we go, already I can see things are looking. The next thing we want to do is to restart.
Probably know this.
As you'll see when I click the menu here, things have gone a little bit loopy because we've just changed the font, so let's just do a restart. And here we are back again, and already I can see things are looking correct, painless, although the next thing we want to do is to restart, because as you'll see when I click the menu here, things have gone a little bit loopy because we've just changed the font, so let's just do a restart.
Location 10-20.
Things on the correct. Say that way if we don't want to, so we need to go to the administration and the select.
Especially Sunday now. For the rest.
The program is to install a virtual machine. And here I've installed something called virtual box, which runs down here, and this allows you to run a guest operating system inside the host, the main operating system. Once again, I've got a video called How to Set Up a Virtual Machine that takes you through this. But to show you what I've got going on here, down here I've got a copy of Windows 7 running. This is a test copy of Windows 7, and here I've installed
Appearance, which offers even more customization possibilities. These include shading the accent colour, also going to a dark mode if you want, like that, although I'm going to come back to light for now. And we've also got effects here. We can turn on, for example, the famous jelly mode, so Windows do this. I think I'll leave that turned off. And we can turn on the desktop for switching between interfaces in 3D. I'll just show you that. Go down, here we go.
A crash, and also 37 on
and the graphics, again, not a great deal. Image viewer, Office Draw, photos. We don't here have GIMP, the GNU Manipulation Program.
The asshole that called
These are feedbacks
about the tree and all that back and forth.
On the internet, again, it's quite minimal. We've got the Firefox web browser. We've got the media for connecting to desktop. We've got
known as Operation Summer Heat. Many cities that people didn't know about. We kept it a little quiet, and had a big impact, and you'll hear that in a second. The last few months, FBI offices in all 50 states made especially violent crime a top enforcement priority. That's what they did, rounding up and arresting thousands of the most violent and dangerous criminals.
Yeah. I do want to have anything that puts you
Thank you for your service.
There we are. The virtual box is now installed.
Posted on assassination culture is spreading from the left.
And here we have